welcome to the MODUS Super Series and what is a special week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Yes, it is double trouble, and we did see plenty of that yesterday. Some of the players really struggling at the start of the day to kind of get used to this format. Some of them will have played in it before, but not in this short, sharp format before. Just best of five, first to three legs, this double trouble format. We have Robert Thornton, Kevin Painter, Steve Brown, plenty of players in action that have played in this format before. Chris Mason is alongside me. Mace, double to start, it's quite remarkable, isn't it? And we saw in the very first match yesterday, Robert Thornton and Kevin Painter really struggled to get going. But once players did, then they started to get in the stride of things.
Yeah, Steve Brown, of course, in Bristol, they play a couple of leagues there where it is double start, and one of the formats is just one leg. It's tough, but once you get your head around it and you get into the groove, it's good fun. It's a good leveler.
Yeah, the pressure of it as well, not just the double start, but first to three legs.
Yeah, I mean, the format before was short enough, but yeah, you can't afford to make too many mistakes early on, but breaks of throw become more frequent, so you're never out of a game when it's double start.
Absolutely, and yesterday Kevin Painter, well, he did sort of struggle, lost all of his matches. What does he need to do today? Is he already thinking, well, I'm not going to win the group, so just need to get used to the format for the rest of the week? Yeah,
he may be a bit jaded, of course, just come back from playing in the World Seniors over the weekend. But obviously disappointed not to do better, especially after that incredible performance against Jim. And maybe the players that were involved at the weekend just needed a day to sort of adjust and get back in the groove.
Right, let's just give you a reminder of what happened yesterday. As I've mentioned, the artist, well, he struggled to paint by number. Kevin Painter had a day to forget on day one of Double Trouble. And boy did he have some. Nothing he tried came off, and the artist, end of the day, on no points. Neil Duff managed 2 wins and one stunning 1-4-2 checkout. Mark Dudbridge also earned himself a brace of victories with some flashy finishing on Monday. Series 5 champion Jim McEwan put on some really good displays. High averages, good doubling, and 3 wins. Puts him in 3rd place behind the top 2. Robert Thornton, who was typically strong on tops, got it not once, not just twice, but plenty of times throughout the day. And Steve Brown, who had no double trouble in his 4 wins on opening day. Well, mates, let's have a look at exactly how much double trouble the players suffered, because we're going to show you the finishing and starting stats from yesterday. I mean, to me, Neil Duff really stands out. 50% to get in, but less than 20% to get out.
Yeah, that's probably why he finds himself where he is in the table, and the same can be said for Kevin Painter. All the rest of the stats in are very, very tidy when you think about it. And look at that for the doubling out, 46.43% for Robert Thornton. No surprise why he's favourite to win this Group A.
Yeah, around that mark for in and out. Do you think what he's done in the past, winning the World Grand Prix, really would have made him feel like this could be his week?
Yeah, and it won't hold any fears for the rest of the players. If you've got a little bit of trepidation or you're a little bit unsure, this format certainly finds you out. And, you know, players that have suffered maybe in the finishing element will then find it even harder because you're on so much more pressure just to get going in the leg.
Yeah, 4 wins from 5 for Thornton, the same for Steve Brown, and we can see here that's caused a big market move in favour of Steve. 20-1 to win this group before a dart was thrown into 11-4.
Yeah, and Robert Thornton for the day yesterday averaged nearly 87, and double start, that is very, very impressive. Steve Brown wasn't playing at that kind of level, but was taking his opportunities. And as you can see there, 20-1 into 11-4. I think the value personally is with Jim McEwan. His numbers stack up favourably against Robert Thornton, who's favourite.
Yeah, and he is sat there, isn't he, in 3rd place, Jim McEwan, basically waiting to pounce. We saw some really good stuff from him yesterday. The performances were there, so you think that maybe today and tomorrow he could make his move up the table.
Yeah, and he had one of the 2 high averages yesterday. In fact, the 3rd best average of the day was by him as well. He looks the player most likely to me at the moment. And again, at the weekend, although he did lose to Kevin Painter in a strange old game, his performance in the first 7 legs, I think he was averaging nearly 109. So that sort of gives us an indication of where his levels are at the moment. And I think he's the most likely to maybe win the group.
Yeah, ironically lost that match because of a double finish as well. And we're going to give you a treble now. It's time for the MODUS Super Series Bet Builder. This is what the punters are going for today. Under the 4.5 legs on McEwan against Painter. Most 180s Thornton against Brown. That's always difficult in double start short format to get on that one. And highest checkout over 84.5 between Dudbridge and McEwan. Just under 7-1. Your thoughts on that?
I like the Dudbridge McEwan one because I expect that one to go long. So there's more opportunities, of course, for a checkout of that type. And because it's double start, you tend to see a lot more higher finishes because that initial scoring element is removed. I'm not quite sure about the other ones though.
Right, let's have a quick look at the table before we get the action underway, just to show you where the movers and shakers are. Kevin Painter, a real mountain to climb, but you would say everybody else still in contention to win the group?
Yeah, absolutely. As far down as Neil Duff and Mark Dudbridge on 4 points. Of course, they got the chance to reverse the results from yesterday. I think whoever goes through today, maybe winning 4 out of 5 again, will put themselves in a wonderful position for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the first match is about to get underway, and it is a repeat of the one that Mace just mentioned. Jim McEwan takes on Kevin Painter.
He is Jim McEwan! Double 12 for Kevin Painter
and the match.
to seal
Kevin
the spot
Painter
in style.
Well, welcome back, everybody. It's a game I've certainly been looking forward to. Kevin Painter sporting that wonderful Eric Bristow tribute shirt, Murph.
Yep, a little change. He's had his more well-known artist shirt on yesterday. Actually sported a new shirt totally at the World Seniors Championship at the weekend, and I think he might have been wise to wear the same one against Jim McEwan. Give Chucky a few nightmares of his own. It was some game, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was incredible. It's as well as I've seen Jim play over that sort of length, because it was 7 legs without reply, and he was just unplayable. And yes, he was ultimately defeated, but what you've got to do is just take the massive positives, and the positives were the level of performance over a long period.
A reminder then of the format for Double Trouble Week. You have to start on a double, of course. Your first double hit is your first score. If you score a big 20, for example, with your first start, then that doesn't count. Thanks, Jim. Perfectly done. And it is a race to 3 legs. So a very short, sharp format, this.
36.
So double 18, 36 points. That's his initial score, and when he comes back, he will be back into normal scoring mode. And Kevin Painter finding 37. A double with dart 2. And this was very convincing for Jim yesterday, winning this tight 3-0. Averaged 84.35 for the day.
140.
Which, in double start format, is very, very respectable. As I mentioned right at the top of the show,
140.
Robert Thornton, 86.6 for the day. Jim already looks absolutely on it. Lovely tempo to his game.
Yeah, his double start was decent. We had, I think, 2 or 3 players that did really, really well. Interesting that actually Steve Brown was good, but not spectacular. And he's joint top of the table. Kevin Painter needs to be spectacular, and the 180 in the opening leg will help him be just that. It was the finishing for Painter, wasn't it, really? Not the starting. Yeah, that was the lowest in the group, but just 17% finishing.
Well, what happens is in double start, if you're not hitting your doubles to get going, it shatters your confidence for when you do get to a double to go out.
Jim, you require 51.
Gives himself 99 problems. McEwan looks at tops. So good on this. Kept hitting it against Painter in that match at the World Seniors at the weekend.
41.
Can't find it on this occasion.
Kevin, you require
Wiring tops
91.
and wiring 10s. So if he finds the single 19, look out for tops. Seen that a few times yesterday, didn't we, on the 100 out?
Yeah,
39.
would have been a bit of a recurring nightmare for Jim McEwan against Painter, wouldn't it? Chooses double one.
Yeah,
And that's why
closer than the first
McEwan
leg. Jim McEwan.
takes the opening leg of the second day of this double start, double finish tournament.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
Yeah, a lot of players whose preference is tops, you tend to see them go that way now on having 5 left because, I mean, it's
92.
almost the same weight of throw.
Painter was doing a lot of switching his starting double yesterday, never really settled on anything. Tops, one leg 16s the next.
96.
Yeah, and again, it's that element of uncertainty, and that all comes down to confidence.
60.
Well, this would be a confidence boost for McEwan.
180.
So second of the match, one apiece.
43.
This, of course, was the last match of yesterday, and Painter didn't get a look in. Lost 3-0.
He only had a couple of darts at a double, didn't he, in the entire match? Back to back for Jim McEwan.
180.
Some leg this, Murph. Possible 11 darter.
Yeah, and he missed his
61.
first start as well.
Jim, you require 45.
Double top.
Yeah, that's
And it is that brilliant 11 dart leg with one score missing from it.
Third leg
Effectively
is
a
Jim to
10
throw
there once
first.
he activated the leg, Jim McEwan, and he's one away from repeating the whitewash win over the artist.
Finds tops first dart.
Laura Turner and I were talking yesterday. We think it's a
80.
great chance to see another double start 9 darter this week.
Yeah, agreed.
The amount of legs that will be played, but also the quality of the field.
52.
Coming in later in the week, Lisa Ashton, who was stunning at the World Seniors.
Leave it, Murph, leave it. It's too early.
Colin Osborne and Daryl Pilgrim with her in Group C. James Wilson, Connor Scott, and the first ever Super Series champion Conan Whitehead in Group B.
140.
Yeah, a wonderful lineup this week. Whoever walks away the winner Saturday night will certainly have earned that right. There's going to be very few gimmies.
Yeah, make sure you get yourself down here as well. It was a fantastic night for Champions Night on Saturday. Tickets
57.
are available via dartshop.tv to be at the double start party in Pompey.
140.
And you're going to see some well-known names because it's impossible to have a Saturday night without any with the field we've got this week. And you're going to see some dramatic games as well. You could be part of that drama.
$24.
A great chance for Kevin here to break back.
45.
And that is a disaster for him.
McEwan just berating himself a little bit after a wayward dart, but he's going to be really happy with his performance here.
115.
The average is up
Kevin,
at
you require
96 now.
139.
No finish now for Kevin, so Jim will be back to seal the deal.
59. Jim, you require 85. Game shot. and a
Marvellous,
match.
marvellous
Jim McEwan.
performance from McEwan. An average in the end of 98.02, just what Kevin Painter didn't want to run into first thing on Tuesday morning after not being able to pick up any points yesterday. But Chucky chucks in the same kind of display, and that is the best we've seen so far this week. 3 out of 6 on the doubles, 50%, 85 checkout in there to win that match as well. Kevin Painter remains pointless. Jim McEwan is on the march. Coming next, one of the players that he's trying to usurp, Robert Thornton, who takes on Neil Duff. Well, what a start to today's double trouble and no trouble at all for Jim McEwan in that opening match. He eased past Kevin Painter 3-0, a win that actually takes him to the top of the table. Steve Brown just behind him and Robert Thornton just behind him only by the slenderest of difference, leg difference by 1. So a win here will return Robert to the top. But as we're going to probably say in about every match this week, Chris Mason, he's up against a tough opponent.
Yeah, this is a fabulous tie, isn't it? For 10-10 on a Tuesday morning.
Here's another match that was won 3-0 though by the Scotsman yesterday. And Duff had a bit of a mixed bag really. He had a 3-0 win himself against Jim McEwan, who we've seen being very impressive, but not much else.
No, he had his moments. I was saying a lot of the players would just be grateful, I should imagine, of got yesterday
First
done
lag,
and dusted,
Neil
and then
Duff first.
a fresh start today. And an opportunity to put yourself in position for tomorrow.
60.
He's at it again. Straight in.
80.
Took him a while. First game yesterday, Robert Thornton, but after that he was sublime. I mean, if you think about the stats we saw earlier, he was up in the high 40s.
100.
Robert Thornton, he was 47.73%, and you think that he missed his first 8
85.
darts. So how high would it be after those darts?
Yeah. And as we know, he does love the double-in format.
97.
Famously winning in Dublin, of course, the World Grand Prix.
Yeah, 2015, beating Michael van Gerwen in a really entertaining final.
140.
Well, it's 2 big wins, and he gets it done against 2 of the greatest of all time, beating Taylor, of course, en route to the
100.
UK Open.
Yeah, both of those players world number 1 at the time. Right in their heyday as well, wasn't it? It wasn't
43.
a
Neil, you
Taylor that was
require
fading out or a
144.
Van Gerwen that was in and out like he is at the moment.
100. Robert, you require 153.
But it's Duff that's making the most headway in this opening leg. Determined to avoid another straight legs defeat.
93. Neil, you require 44.
Certainly will be going full tops. You'll tend to see a player that
Yeah, that's game shot in
the
the
double
first
they
leg. Neil Duff.
choose to start on will often be the route they would use to finish a leg, where
Second leg is
some
Robert
players
to
who
throw first.
may
Game
favour
on.
double 16 as a finishing double may not fancy it as a starting double, but 2 from 2 for Thornton so far on tops.
105.
There was a long-standing stat, wasn't there, in the World Grand Prix, and it started to change in recent years, but only players that started on tops won the tournament for a long time. Even Phil Taylor, who was so effective and
No score.
well known for hitting double 16, would start that tournament on tops.
Well, they were always chasing that 9, weren't they?
41.
I also think there's maybe a little bit of strategy involved. If your opponent goes out, it gets in the very first throw and you're throwing second, maybe you should then be thinking, well, I've
15.
got to start on tops because I'm effectively giving them another visit if I
Yeah.
don't.
Correct.
121.
Thornton in absolute control of leg 2. He's
60.
going to have to find a break of throw.
Playing well, and he did show
140.
signs of it, didn't he, in his opening game at the seniors. I think everyone stood up and thought, oh, right, Thornton's here to play again, but it kind of petered out.
Yeah, I had
100.
a practice
Robert
with him on
Require
the
94.
Sunday morning stroke afternoon, and didn't really look settled.
54.
And that can happen, of course. Darts is very much on the day. Talking about darts on the day, did you see any of the Players' Championship
100.
yesterday?
Robert, you require
Caught a little
40.
bit when I got home, towards the end.
Yeah, that's
Robert
game
Thornton
shot in the
ends his
second
second leg. But
Robert
yeah,
Thornton.
I did sit down and watch the final between Gary Anderson and Ryan Searle, which I actually
Third
watched
leg, it's Neil the throw
last week as
first.
well.
Yeah.
Game on.
Well, it's 3 consecutive finals, of course, for Ryan Searle, but some of the numbers yesterday from Gary
120.
Anderson. He hit 41 180s in 66 legs. It's just remarkable.
It's wrong, isn't it?
60.
Yeah, it's just not fair. It's like he's playing a different game.
Yeah, really interesting start to the season. Glad Ryan won one.
Yeah,
81.
Because that can become a thing, can't it, if you start losing in finals regularly. But yeah, practice partners. I
100.
think if you're looking for a club to join, you know which one to go to.
imagine what their practice sessions must be like.
140.
Neil Duff doing very well here on throw.
100.
Just keeping
Neil, you require
Robert Thornton,
160.
at arm's length.
$60.
We saw this check out taken out 3 times yesterday, finishing on 2 double tops. Thornton and McEwan did it in the same match.
You require 100.
Steve Brown as well. Is Neil Duff going to... Well, he's not going to go tops. He just needs 1. Double 10.
90.
Too much damage done with Robert back on 186.
140. Neil, you require
Good pressure.
10.
I can't come inside with this start. No danger of that.
5.
Because he's aware of not coming inside,
46.
that's why the darts 1 and 2 are overpitched.
Here comes the pickpocket. Double 10.
Yeah, that's
And he
game shot in the
does
third leg.
Steal the leg from Neil Duff. Well, let's be honest, gave him a little bit of help in the process.
Fourth leg is Robert to throw first. Game on. $36.
Big last start.
Big first start.
105. $96.
Well, Thornton can wrap it up in this leg. And remember, if he does, he will return to the top of the table. He'll be the first player to 10
100.
points in this group. 5 wins from 6.
Yeah, and he'll be aware of the impact that will have, just keeping the players
140.
chasing him.
Yeah, absolutely. In this format as well, to get any decent winning run, just shows you
100.
your focus, your ability.
He's averaging 88.71, which is pretty much on par with where he was for the day yesterday. So it's good signs
59.
for Robert Thornton. Although he's given Duff a chance here, but needs to find trebles.
60. Robert
Chance to win it in style.
70.
Laura Turner was getting greedy yesterday. She suggested that someone could hit a 9-dart leg
78.
in this format,
Neil, you require 136.
starting on the bullseye. Thought they'd go 167 3 times, but the first one with the bullseye first, and the last one with the bullseye
Robert,
last.
you require 92.
I'm actually loving that idea.
Speaking of the bullseye, Thornton finds it to tee up tops.
52. Neil, you require 100.
Well, it's got to go. Oh, now does he stay there? It's a lovely guide.
Almost
60.
another double-double finish, but now
Robert, you require
Neil Duff
40.
could be finished in his first match as Thornton takes aim at double 10 again.
20.
Not this time.
Neil, you
A
require
lifeline
40.
for Neil Duff. Just settles himself. Yeah, pins
That's
double
Gibson
10.
in the fourth line.
A level
Neil
game. And it's Neil who
Fifth
has
and
the
final
darts.
leg. It's Neil to throw first. Game
He
on.
won't help you, pal.
When you've played in formats like this, do you feed off what your
40.
opponent does? So if Neil Duff's going first and he's off in first start, is that really deflating? And if
Yeah.
he's not in at all, then you think, right, I'm in.
Yeah, it's a very reactive format.
No score.
Well, we've seen it so often with the Grand Prix where you see someone not get away after watching the opponent start with a 120 or a 160, and they'll tend to maybe miss 6-9 darts at
100.
getting off. You tend to react more than in the regular format because
60.
you know, well, it's okay. I'll find a 180 from somewhere. In this format, of course, you're not even in position to get into the scoring phase until you've found the double.
54.
It took Robert Thornton 5 darts there to activate some scoring. But very quickly you can get back into it if you can pile in the trebles.
100.
What a time to find your first 180.
They will not just roll over. very much like the seniors, I
95.
expect Robert Thornton to really be motivated for this. When he won his first World Seniors title, suddenly he felt that that was his event,
55.
his stage, his title, and didn't surrender it lightly. And I think the same here. He's the one that has won a big double start tournament.
Yeah, the only player this week to have done so. Despite the array of talent on show. Well, treble 18's the shot.
174.
Wow, 180 and a 174 in the leg.
112.
And he still might not win it because of those 5 missed starts getting off.
That's the jeopardy of this format. But he will get darts. It's an unfamiliar
52.
double for Robert Thornton, double
Robert
16.
required 32.
But it could be the one that wins in the match. And it is.
Game shot.
Thornton
and a match.
returns
Robert
to the top of the table after a really good recovery in that last leg decider. Neil Duff, well, he's not happy. Frustration for the former Lakeside champ. But Thornton there, he may have missed 5 darts to start that deciding leg. But as Chris Mason just mentioned, a 180 and a 174, and it got him down to that double 16, which he hit to make it 5 wins from 6. Coming next, Steve Brown is hoping for the same record. He takes on Mark Dudbridge. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it's all about doubles this week. And this is a bit of a double act in the form of the Bristol boys, Mark Dudbridge and Steve Brown on the stage. Brown, who had the better of the day. And interestingly, Mason, I know that you're from this part of the world as well. Don't live there at the moment, but I'm sure you've done the same. Steve Brown yesterday, when talking about why he felt so comfortable in this format, was because he said he plays regularly double start one leg.
Yep. Yeah, I played in the same league for many, many years. In fact, there's multiple leagues in Bristol where they still play one leg double in, double out. Of course, the North American Open used to be exactly the same. These two, great pals, travelled together, played together, went into business together.
Yeah, absolutely. Their practice venue is their own
First
bar.
leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
Hopefully that's not double in, double out. Well, that's perfect in. For Mark
120.
Dudbridge, who has his own history in this format, which we mentioned yesterday. One of the greatest comeback legs of all time.
No score.
Was that again? Who was that against?
Andy Jenkins.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, absolutely incredible, wasn't it?
100.
Yeah, it was astonishing. Took him forever to get off
117.
in that leg, Mark Dudbridge. He was 285 points behind and managed to win the leg.
Yeah,
100.
when Andy had his first start at a double.
$82.
What of Mark Dudbridge recently then, Mace? Because he, many thought he was a contender. He played some decent stuff. He 11 180s in that match against Richie Howson at the World Seniors.
40.
He is a player that I think but he did return to the Pro Tour briefly, didn't he? He's
140. Mark, you
in
require
that sort of
141.
gap between Pro Tour and sort of what we do here and Challenge Tour and stuff like that. He's still a very good player, isn't he?
Oh, on his day, he's very capable. He had
85.
9-darter, of course, recently in the World Series Tour events, hitting some big averages as well. I think for both of them
130.
that juggle
Mark, you
careers
require 56.
away from the actual playing of the sport, I think it's very tough. And
36.
listen, it's
Steve,
all
you
this
require
sport's all about
32.
fine margins, and we really do most of the
That's Gibson in
time
the first leg.
get out
Steve
what you
Brown.
put in, and the saying "fail to prepare
Second
to
leg
fail"
is
is
Steve to throw first.
no more
Game
apt
on.
than in darts, in my opinion.
It's Brown who takes the first leg, and similarly for him, he has got that level, hasn't he?
117.
He actually, you say fail to prepare to fail, but he almost accidentally got a two card a couple of years ago, didn't he, Steve
Yeah.
Brown?
Yeah, rocked up. I think he went
No score.
to support John more than anything, his son, and went on to win a card. But
Didn't he have a meeting, so he couldn't play the last day, and he still hung on. He was flying to
97.
America. China, yeah, I think it was actually. For his one of his many business interests, that was the Junior Darts Corporation. Also, of course,
120.
big part of the ADC, the Amateur Darts Circuit, who we have a great link with here at the Super Series. If you're wondering
99.
what that is, well, if you're a decent dart player, get yourself to one of their events, because you could find yourself on this stage.
and if you're 50 and over, I do believe they're running a qualifier of their own for
140.
the World Seniors.
Yeah, they announced a few changes at the weekend as well, that there'll be much more available for the players who support the tour.
100.
Top 12 in the order of merit will make it to the World Seniors Championship next year, plus places up for grabs from the Open Series order of merit. And a fair few players in the field this week
55.
are seniors
Steve
players, aren't they?
Udiquire,
Many of them.
88.
5 of them in this group were at the World Seniors Championship. Double 16.
Yeah, that's
that's
game
lovely.
short in the second
Yeah, good
leg.
play there
Steve
from
Brown.
Steve Brown, with Mark not on a finish. In terms of their head-to-head
Third leg is Mark to
in
throw
ranking
first.
tournaments,
Game on.
it's Mark Dudbridge that leads that 4-2. But they've not met in official competition
56.
since 2017.
Fun Mark Dudbridge fact here. One of 10 players to have appeared on the PDC Darts computer game. If you remember that.
I do, yeah.
PDC World Championship
140.
darts, brought out in December 2006.
100.
Yeah, around that period, it was a wonderful time for Mark Dudbridge, of course. Former
100.
world master.
I think we have to get that resurrected. Any
140.
gamers out there fancy a Super Series computer game? We'd have to put the former champions in, mate, so you'd be in it.
55.
Would it be just pre-programmed to miss lots of doubles then?
125. Mark, you require 150.
Oh, we will have a chat about the weekend at some point. I'm just easing you in, pal. Mark Dudbridge hasn't had
98.
time to ease himself into this
Steve, you
match. Steve
require
Brown might be about
96.
to put him away here.
Yeah, in around about 6 minutes. Yeah, misses the double 18 for tops.
56. Mark, you require 52.
To stay in it.
20.
Not
Steve,
to
you
beat.
require 40.
So it's tops for Steve Brown.
Just felt he was a little tight there, so quick reset.
20.
Oh dear.
Mark, you require
It
32.
would have been a convincing win. Would have put him well clear of Robert Thornton in leg difference.
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg. Mark Dudbridge.
But Dudbridge cuts the gap, and I think that's one of the beautiful things about this format as well, is that
Forward leg, it's Steve to throw first.
you can be one away without your opponent having got a leg yet, but if they do win the next leg, then suddenly
38.
the game can turn around.
Yeah, it's a fierce format. In a sadistic
60.
kind of way. One that the players do enjoy. Because you know there's opportunities.
40.
It looks like Mark Dudbridge is going to get an opportunity here. Took Steve Brown 3 darts to get in, and then he only scored 40 points with his second
85.
visit.
100. 96. 85.
Finally in the balance, this one. Does love a max.
180.
Well, the leg was in the balance, but suddenly those scales have tipped towards Dudbridge.
100. Mark, you require 80.
After the 180, now he wants 80. He cannot stay away from that red bit. Can he get the most important bit? He
Yeah,
can.
that's game shot in the forward line.
260 and 6 puts him back in control. He has the darts, of course,
It's Mark to throw first.
in the decider.
Game on.
It's all about getting off.
$36.
Well, the pair didn't exchange any pleasantries before this leg, but I'm not one who really gets too bothered
45.
about that. I think you shake hands before the game.
Yeah. And none of that is in any rules. It's just a bit of etiquette.
Well, yeah, I
120.
think, I mean, obviously if I was playing it, I would, if they wanted to shake hands, I wouldn't, and if they didn't, I'd go right up to them and offer their hand.
140.
It's always confusing now with this fist bump thing, that the ones that want to shake hands but the other one wants to fist bump.
Well, he might want to punch the air here.
One.
Because of another maximum for Mark Dudbridge. Let's not forget he was 2-0 behind and staring at the back of Steve Brown
64.
having match darts.
Yeah, three clear darts to win it 3-0.
And these matches for the likes of Neil Duff against Robert Thornton, it went the wrong way for him, and Dudbridge here against Brown are crucial, because not only are you adding to your own points tally, but you're stopping the players at the top adding to theirs. Dudbridge here could have found himself 6 points behind. If he wins this match, he'll only be 2.
Double 8.
122.
Would have been a fabulous comeback win.
It really has turned this tie totally on its head. Steve Brown getting all hot and bothered.
65.
Mark Dudbridge
8.
looking to complete the comeback. 2-0 behind. Survived 3 match darts. He's now had 3 match darts.
No score.
And he hasn't hit.
Steve, you require 107.
Who's going to get the bragging rights?
It went the way of Brown yesterday, and he's going to get another go.
67.
A 4th match dart.
Mark, you require
Interesting that
8.
these matches between the two mates have both gone the distance. I think bragging rights is definitely on the table. And finally, Dudbridge manages to cross the line. All smiles at the end between the pair of them. But it's Dudbridge who turned that game around. A real great escape from Flash. And in doing so, he just reels in Brown a little bit in terms of the league table, because Dudbridge now moves to 6 points. Just 2 behind Steve Brown on 8. McEwan on 8 as well. But above him, at the top of the table, Robert Thornton on 10. So a massive match coming up after the break when the two Scotsmen, Thornton and McEwan, do battle. Welcome back to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Double Trouble is in full swing. Double in, double out the format for this special week at the Super Series. And Robert Thornton and Jim McEwan are both playing some special stuff. And this could determine which one of them is top of the table come the end of this best-of-5 contest. Thornton sits there now on 10 points. McEwan just behind him on 8. But they have the same leg difference, so the winner of this match will be leading the pack.
Yeah, and Jim was outstanding in the opening match of the day, brushing aside Kevin Painter 3-0 with a 98.02 average. And Thornton wasn't too shabby with an 84.59 of his own.
Robert to throw first. Game on.
Marco Meyer, the referee, has to be extra focused for this.
Yeah, you forget that element for the referees, don't you? That it'd be combinations of targets that he wouldn't normally be used to seeing.
And you can't switch off for a single dart, can you? Because if you do, and you look up and he's got a dart in the 20 and a dart in double top, and you don't know which way around it was. We should have done a little bingo card for this week, things
60.
that will happen. One that hasn't yet is a player forgetting to start on a double. I'm sure it will.
I remember Shane Burgess doing it when we... Pretty sure it was the casino rooms in Rochester in the early stages of the Grand Prix.
58.
I'm sure he hit a max.
I think I've seen Gary Anderson do it as well. I don't think he hit a 180, but I think he hit a treble 20 first start and immediately then realised what he'd done.
121.
But this pair seem to know what they're doing. In fact, I think we've got two players here that probably prefer going for double top than any other target.
95.
Jim won this one yesterday, 3-1. Averaged just north of 90, but it was 3 out of 3 on the doubles.
100.
3 out of 3 on the treble there from Robert Thornton. Yeah. It's worth
134.
looking at McEwan's results yesterday, because he beat Thornton but then lost 3-0 to Neil Duff. Probably would have been him
44.
really talked about as a potential winner. I know you still did, Mace, but by the bookmakers and stuff, if he had got over the line against Steve Brown, that last leg decider probably swung things in Brown's favour yesterday, but he has been beaten today.
81. Robert, you require 96.
Ooh, double.
56. Jim, you require 78.
Treble 18 will be the target for McEwan. Now 20 for tops.
Yeah, that's game short in the
Beautifully
first
measured
leg.
dart.
Jim McEwan.
Jim McEwan with an 18 dart breaker
Second
throw
leg is Jim to throw
punishes
first. Game on.
the missed dart tops.
A few people have been getting in touch on social media to give their ideas for different formats for the special weeks. The idea is to have a special week in between every series
100.
from now on. We've got a few already planned, but not yet revealed. They will be soon. But please do give us your ideas. There is one person
120.
who keeps getting in touch, and his idea is for him to pick the players. I'm not sure that one is actually going to be taken
I'll try and
seriously.
come up with something different, Murph.
At MSS Darts across.
Yeah, John O'Shea's been in touch.
100.
Obviously a friend of the Super Series here. He says, how about a World Masters week? All former winners.
180.
Robert Thornton, one of them, of course, alongside John O'Shea.
Absolutely. I was just going to say, maybe governed by a little bit of self-interest there, John, but it's actually not a bad idea. We did have a quick look in the break, and we think we could fill a field of 12.
55. $125.
Like I said, I'll say the same to you as I said to Laura Turner. I'm just glad I've got you, Mason, not Paul Nicholson, because we'd have dart players coming in off zip lines and through the floor and off the ropes and all that kind of thing.
100. Robert, you require 76.
We do have the facility for that kind of thing here, I suppose.
36. Jim, you require 146.
I thought, and once again, Mrs. Tops, he did it in the previous leg. McEwan on a much simpler finish on that occasion. But he'll want to find his mojo here, the Thorn.
96. Robert, you require 40.
Yeah, the radar's slightly off, isn't it? So he'll be
That's
very
game
relieved
short
to
in
see
the
that
second
going
leg. Robert Thornton.
for one apiece.
Well, keeps his hopes
Third
alive
leg is
of
Robert to throw first.
taking the
Game on.
spoils. Really is double jeopardy with the format and the double start.
100.
You can certainly see a different type of pressure on the players.
Oh, that's a great dart. Many would have moved.
45.
McEwan just backed himself on his favourite target.
Yeah, when you feel like you've got those small adjustments in the
60.
locker, it's a real positive sign that someone's in really good form. Another example of it there. You just know when you have the weight of dart bang on.
See,
100.
there's a real difference in the throws there because Robert Thornton, he's almost quite casual, isn't he, in the way he delivers the dart. He's quick and he's not really a massive aimer, whereas McEwan is so measured and methodical.
Yeah, it's a real... With Thornton, it's all about the rhythm. And when
100.
when he feels like he's at the top of his game, he just increases the pace slightly.
And McEwan, it's almost like there's a piece of string at the end of the dart and he's trying to follow that line.
42.
Yeah, great
Robert, you require
description.
141.
But it's Robert Thornton who's starting to take control of this one.
55.
He'll get a go at some kind of double when he returns.
$68. Robert, you require 86.
Could be the ball. Will be the ball. Gets the ball.
That's game short in the third leg.
Back-to-back legs for Robert Thornton.
Fourth leg
Averaging
is Jim to throw first.
86.
Game on.
Yeah, superb stuff. Just was struggling on the doubles. Missed 4 on the spin, didn't he, earlier in the match? And then that double 5 just got him the previous leg. And
40.
then a brilliant bullseye finish. If he wins this match, he really does start to stretch his lead at the top of the table. It would take him to 12 points, 4 clear of both Brown
36.
and McEwan. Would be pretty apt, wouldn't it, after all of those failed finals night attempts, if this week was the week that Robert Thornton managed to win for the first time.
100. $125. $135.
Slightly lost the line with dart 3. And the deflection didn't help.
57.
Robert Thornton does have the insurance, of course, of having the throw in the 5th and deciding leg.
59.
Yeah, obviously less of an advantage in this format,
Yep.
but you can make sure that you do have the advantage if you do hit the double straight away.
125.
Because not only
Jim,
then
you
have
require
you-
167.
Into the leg on throw, but you've piled pressure on your opponent.
Needs a treble.
59.
Doesn't get one.
Robert, you require 158.
Advantage Thornton.
Yeah, it's going to mean that McEwan may
84.
have to take out
Jim,
this
you require
108.
108.
He could stay there for the treble. Couldn't squeeze it past that dart.
Yeah, always fascinates me. Players who are so good around the
52.
treble 20, opting for
Robert, you require 74.
another treble.
Thornton will get a go at his favoured double here to win another match.
54.
Close. Agonisingly close.
Jim, you
But not
require
close enough.
56.
How's Jim's top sitting? Spot on.
Yeah, that's game shot in the forward line. Jim
About
McEwan.
right for me, 2-2.
Yeah, not too much between them in the numbers, but
Fifth
interesting
and final leg. It's Robert to throw
that Jim
first.
McEwan's actually only had 2 darts to win legs. I mean, only needed 2 darts. He could have had more, couldn't he? But 2 from
55.
2.
Massive dart, that.
$120. 140.
Do seem to raise it against one another when it comes to the crunch as well. It was a brilliant match between the pair yesterday. McEwan had hit the tops finish against Robert Thornton to stay in the game, and then Thornton hit the same finish to win the game.
180.
120 to start. Backs it up with a max.
27.
Thornton all over the place.
$65.
Could never write him off, can you?
No, he's a terrier, isn't he?
You require 136.
Looked out of this leg and therefore this match, but now McEwan will have to hope that Thornton doesn't have a trick up his sleeve.
58. Robert, you require
Back to back.
142.
Troubleless visits.
May stay there. Thought he could find a bedfellow.
110.
Leaves
Jim, you
it
require
perfectly placed in
78.
case McEwan misses. Match point for Chucky.
He's going to have 1 dart at tops.
58.
That would have been 3
Robert,
from
you
3 on the
require
doubles.
32.
How big it could prove to be. And Robert
Big shot
Thornton wins
and a
it.
match.
And I'll
Robert
tell you how
Thornton.
big it is. The Scotsman now moves 4 points clear of his fellow Tartan Titan. McEwan loses a Titan between himself and the Thorn. Goes the distance. A great game of darts. Great camaraderie between the pair. But it is Robert Thornton who wins it by 3 legs to 2. And in doing so, pulls 4 points clear at the top of the table. Steve Brown can cut that gap to just 2 points if he can get the better of Kevin Painter, who is yet to win a match. That's coming next. On we go here at the Super Series Double Trouble Week. And it is now Kevin Painter still looking to pick up his first points of it. It has been difficult for the artist who has struggled through his 6 matches so far. Lost to every opponent yesterday, has already been beaten today by Jim McEwan. He lost that one 3-0 as well. Can he finally break his duck at the double start week? Or will Steve Brown, who beat him 3-0 yesterday, enjoy the same kind of result?
First
and move
leg, it's Kevin to throw
back
first.
to 2 points off the top of the table. We'll find out over the best of 5 legs. Marco Mai, the referee. Chris Murphy and Chris Mason in comms.
Painter off and running on dart 1.
107.
Steve Brown, after having 4 match darts to make
60.
the ideal start to the day, will be keen to bounce back. So this could be a tough game for Kevin.
125.
Well, an encouraging start. 107 away, followed by 125.
$59.
Had to run for cover.
58. $95.
Well, he's in a decent-ish position here to at least avoid the same
70.
fate as yesterday against Brown.
115.
He's got 6 darts from 115.
Yeah, he was beaten 3-0 yesterday and had an absolute disaster. That was a
41.
tidy performance from Steve yesterday in this tie. 88.41 the average.
100. Kevin, you require 74.
Treble 14 found. Double 16.
58. Steve, you require 76.
And that's been a big part of why he finds himself at the foot of the table. What a recovery dart that is. Double 16.
$60. Kevin, you require 16.
Gave himself a chance. Painter having missed 2 already to win this leg.
And
14.
when things are going wrong, you almost talk yourself out of
Steve, you require 16.
hitting the double. Your confidence just gets evaporated.
He's waiting for Marco Meyer to call game shot,
No score.
but that doesn't happen, so
Kevin, you
Painter
require
gets a reprieve,
2.
but now he's in really dangerous territory on double 1,
Yeah, that's game shot in the first.
which ironically he hits.
Of all the doubles, I will be feeling
Second leg, it's Steve to
absolute
throw
relief.
first. Game on.
Last 3 matches have gone 3-2. It was only
40.
the one involving Painter that wasn't a last leg decider. His 3-0 defeat at the hands of Jim McEwan. So yeah, you're right. I think the word relief, not just to win that leg, but to just get
No
a
score.
leg, because he'd been beaten 3-0 in his last 3 matches, Kevin Painter.
140.
he will have been aware of that. And that would have been a seed planted in the mind.
45.
Notice he's using a one-piece stem and flight system.
96.
Yeah, that's pretty much stayed the same over the course. The last time he was here, the
Yeah.
seniors, but the dart itself, the barrel has changed. He's been switching
97.
between the dart he's using now and one that is sort of tapered at the end.
Well, the time before he was here, he was using
83.
3 different setups. I think more out of frustration.
Yeah, he's settled on 2 now. We saw him do that at the seniors, and it worked against Jim McEwan. But I actually thought
Steve, you require
the
142.
game that he lost, I think he switched unnecessarily.
Agreed.
He was in that match, but he didn't look like he thought he was in the match.
92.
Not really in this leg.
50.
Brown allowed to ease to this one. And takes it out on tops.
Second leg. Steve Brown.
Yeah, 17 darter.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Neil Duff against Mark Dudbridge will follow this. At that point, all the players would have played 7 matches.
No score.
I think it's a really big game for both. I think if Duff is defeated, then probably joins Painter in being out of contention
45.
realistically to top the group. And if Dudbridge loses that game, it's very difficult for him as well. But if he wins it, he's suddenly in the mix.
Yep, all to play for.
61.
And then game 7, Steve Brown against Robert Thornton. Currently the top 2. Brown hoping to be close enough to him to be able to overtake him
55.
by winning that match.
$44.
No chance for Steve Brown to take a bit of a march here. It's against throw this leg. Not quite sure what the technical issue is here.
There's a slight issue with the score, perhaps.
I'm just looking at the scores for Kevin. It was a ton. I think we're okay now.
Yeah, all corrected.
$100.
Brilliant ton there.
$100.
Steve still with that 95-point advantage minus these.
60.
Back in the treble.
104.
Yeah, don't mind that play, leaving a 2-dart finish. Kevin now just being made to force, and this is what happens. Just over-rotate.
27. Steve, you require
Yeah, after such a promising start to this match, he's just kind of given Brown a couple of legs. No need to go double-double there, but
77.
he thought, why not?
Yeah, I think instinctively you think your player is going to be on a shot, so it's almost autopilot.
Kevin Painter just can't believe it. I mean, the first dart's not a badly thrown one.
49. Steve, you require 20.
But he found 2 in the wrong treble. Steve
10.
Brown, though, can't find the
Kevin,
double.
you require
It's just 1
160.
from 10 on in the finishing phase of the game. Well, this would be some steal. Oof.
140. Steve, you require 10.
Can't come inside. Doesn't. Goes in.
In the third leg. Steve Brown.
Leads the match 2-1 and has the darts to win it.
Forward leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Steve has the darts, Kevin. Not you.
He would be the worst poker player.
No score. $103.
Well, not a bad darts player. Hasn't shown much of it this week, but that's a decent start for Painter.
105.
Actually ended up getting the darts anyway, didn't he?
Yeah.
81.
Lovely shirt, as you mentioned. Tribute
28.
to the great Eric Bristow. I know someone you knew well and someone who would have really thrived at what happened at the weekend, that World Seniors tournament. Always important to remember
132.
the players that laid the groundwork. I think one really
66.
good thing about the seniors has been the fact that those living legends all had their part in the first event. Some are still ambassadors.
140.
Still lovely to see them up there. And in and around the World Seniors events. Should be treble 18.
140. Gavin, you require 45.
Well, this time Painter allowed a little bit of freedom, but it doesn't make things easy for himself, does he, Kevin?
That's only just in the 7.
29.
I think one of my favourite moments in the seniors was when Bob Anderson hit a 180, his last visit against Robert Thornton, first tournament. And we got that finger point. Iconic.
51. Gavin, you require 16.
Will there be a reaction from Painter if he hits the double?
Yeah, that's game shot on the forward line. Gavin Painter.
Now you can go first, Kevin.
Fifth and final arc. It's Gavin to throw first. Game on.
Can he finally pick up some points? 6 games played, 6 games lost for Kevin Painter. Double 16.
No score.
Chasing them around.
He would have been saying to himself there, Murph, right, don't miss, don't miss, don't miss. And what happens when you think that way? You miss.
105.
It's a negative way of thinking of it, isn't it? If you just say hits, then that's a positive frame of mind. Painter does hit this time.
65.
When things aren't quite going your way, I was just about to say, I was expecting a max to go in. Things like that do happen.
135. 140.
Lovely leg so far. 105 break to open the leg, followed by 125 and 140.
66.
Yeah, and spraying them around there, Painter allowing Steve Brown 2 goes at this. 131. Good setup.
91.
To tee up tops after 12.
Yeah, and you'll take that all day, every day, and twice on a Sunday double start format. And in a deciding leg.
100. Steve, you require 40.
Pushed by Painter. But Brown picks up the points, leaving Kevin Painter stranded at the foot of the field. And Steve Brown has got ambitions at the other end of the table. That win takes him to 10 points, just 2 of the league leader, Robert Thornton. Wasn't the prettiest of performances, plenty of missed doubles in there as well. 11 for Steve Brown himself, but he bought himself more opportunities than Painter, and he took his in the end to get the victory. Well, coming up next, game 6 of 15 today, it's Neil Duff against Mark Dudbridge. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where this pair have quite a big game in front of them now. Neil Duff, the 2022 Lakeside World Champion, takes on the former World Master in Mark Dudbridge in a game that I know it's maybe seems early to say, but we're approaching the halfway stage of this group, and with Neil Duff on 4 points, Dudbridge on 6, maybe it's must win if you consider the league leader Robert Thornton's on 12.
Yeah, for differing reasons. You feel like Duff would be absolutely cut away from the group, along with Kevin Painter, if he is defeated here.
Well,
First leg, it's Neil Duff through first.
Neil Duff has set his sights on picking up his first win of the day, and he's actually decided to ditch the glasses as well, it looks like.
120.
After the first 2 darts, so he's probably
No
thinking,
score.
why did I not ditch him 20 years ago?
140.
What a start. No glasses, no drama.
Dudbridge gets
120.
involved in the leg finally.
$140. $140. Neil, you require 101.
Should be ball. Interesting
53.
play. Going that way means you need a treble with dart 3 to leave a double. Had he gone for the ball and hit a 25, the 17 would have left him tops, thus not needing to burn a dart, which he's going to have to do here.
Double top. Double 10. I'm not entirely sure he intended to leave tops there, or whether he cared which double he left, Neil Duff. It was thrown right on the wire of 8 and 16.
$41. Neil, you require 10. Yeah, that's game shot in the first leg. Neil
Duff does take the first leg, and he's done it pretty convincingly as well there.
Second leg, it's Mark to throw first.
16 darter to open his account in match number 6 of the day.
120.
Completion of this one. All the players will have 3 more matches, and again, Duff up and running. The first time of asking.
$61.
Yeah, he's come out to play in this match. I think he realises his position. He probably needs to go and
60.
start beating all the players above him.
Well, we've seen it from it before, haven't we, where he's had a tough Group A and then has really responded well on the Thursday and Friday, and that may be the case
23.
this week.
I think it is one of those weeks where the field's so strong across the whole 12 players that you really do want to be in Group B if you can't win this
100.
group.
Absolutely. 3 players, of course, progress out of Group B, and it's only a 5-player field. It starts, of course, on
99.
Thursday night. Group C is a real toughie. 6-player field with only 2 progressing.
30. Mark, you require 98.
Yeah, it's going to be a
58.
ridiculously strong group as well. 3 players from this group plus Lisa Ashton, Colin Osborne and Daryl Pilgrim. Ouch.
Yeah, that's not
57. Mark, you require
a pleasant
40.
prospect.
And you'll be the one tasked with picking 2 players.
Thanks.
No score.
Well, Neil Duff
Neil,
says
you
thanks
require
as Mark Dudbridge
134.
misses more darts at double.
$94. Mark, you require 40.
Back for the target at the top.
Yeah, that's
And in it goes this time.
Mark Dudbridge.
Dudbridge draws level.
You would think one of the
Third leg, it's Neil to throw first.
players
Game
that
on.
competed in the Seniors World Champion, their preparation for that, and then coming straight into this one
No
is
score.
a great opportunity to use the no doubt hard yards put in for that. I would think would cross over into this at some point.
120.
I see the very best of one of the players.
So good starting in this game.
120.
No bother activating the scoring. If you are just joining us for the first time this week, it's a double in, double out format.
46.
If that wasn't tough enough, the powers that be decided, let's make it best of 5.
Yeah, the last 4 matches have all gone all 5 legs. Neil Duff on the wrong end of a 3-2 reverse against Robert Thornton. Mark Dudbridge on the right end of a 3-2 win against Steve Brown.
140. $140.
Both players scoring and starting very, very well so far in this one.
130. Neil, you require 101.
Going for the bullseye with 2 darts.
61. Mark, you require 65.
Does leave himself on tops, but just gave Dudbridge more of a chance here, and he gets 2 at tops.
Should be a good guide.
25.
Wow, put it by the side of it. Can't
Neil,
believe
you
it.
require 40.
Same target then for the Northern Irishman, and he
That's
finds
Gibson
it
in the third leg.
to
Neil,
move ahead. 1 away from the win.
forward leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
Going to get another 120 start. Oof.
80.
Steve Brown, Robert Thornton next. If Brown wins
60.
that match, he could actually replace Thornton at the top of the table. If he gets level on points, that's going to be a big 4-pointer, isn't it?
Yeah, massive tie.
76.
Maybe a chance, of course, for Thornton to make it 3 from 3
81.
today and really start to stamp his authority on this Group A.
$140. $60.
Dudbridge looks in a good spot to make it 5 games on the spin that go the distance.
96.
Can't need a finish now. Mr. Dudbridge.
125.
2 turns if he needs them
Mark, you
to
require
take us to 2-2.
109.
Treble 19 for double 16. Gets it.
93.
It shouldn't matter too much, but it just does allow Neil Duff the chance to apply some pressure. Dudbridge knows that he can't afford mistakes with Duff at match point if he misses.
No score.
And he does miss.
Neil, you require 38.
Scoreboard pressure, Murph.
Game
And
shot.
Neil Duff
And a
takes
match.
full advantage
Neil Duff.
and gets the win. A big win that could prove to be for his ambitions in this group. Mark Dudbridge stuck on 6. Neil Duff joins him after a 3-1 victory. Just a little chat with the referee, Marco Meyer, after that one, Neil Duff. But you can see the problem there for Dudbridge. 1 out of 10 on the checkouts in the end there. Neil Duff much better, 60% for him. And 6 points now on the board. He defeats Dudbridge 3-1. It's a top of the table contest coming up after the break as Steve Brown takes on Robert Thornton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series Double Trouble week, and we're about halfway through the Group A proceedings. 6 games into the second day, and this is what has happened so far. Jim McEwan with a really strong start, beating Kevin Painter 3-0. Neil Duff going down 3-2 to Robert Thornton, then Dudbridge beating Steve Brown in a last leg decider. Thornton then beating McEwan in what was a really important match for the Thorn, and Brown denying Kevin Painter his first points. Neil Duff then got a 3-1 victory against Mark Dudbridge before the break, and warming up behind me, Steve Brown and Robert Thornton. That's going to be a top of the table clash coming up. And Robert Thornton in that position because of a fantastic win against Jim McEwan a little earlier on today. And this was the checkout that really turned the game in his favour. An absolutely beautiful bullseye checkout for the Thorn. Saw him fend off the fight of McEwan and put himself back in pole position in the table, which we can have a look at now for you. Thornton top of it, but Steve Brown has closed the gap to just 2 points. Jim McEwan 2 points behind him. Dudbridge and Duff level after that match we saw before the break, and Painter still perilously placed at the foot of the table on no points. Now Brown is about to take on Robert Thornton, and from that table you just saw, if he wins this match, he'd actually go ahead of him on leg difference. So it's a real 4-pointer, this one. Thornton can start to stretch his lead with victory, but if Brown wins, then it's all to play for. And I'm going to head back to commentary now, where I will join Chris Mason.
Thank you, Murph. Yeah, and Thornton just edged this one yesterday in a deciding leg shootout. So Steve Brown will want to reverse the roles. And, of course, today he has the throw. And Robert Thornton had the darts in yesterday's tie. And I wouldn't be shocked to see this one go all the way. Last time out, Steve, of course, edged past Kevin Painter 3-2. Whilst we saw, as you mentioned,
First
Murph,
leg,
Thornton
throw first.
just edging past Jim in what was a fascinating tie in the end.
Yeah, big win for Robert Thornton. That it sort of put one of his potential rivals in their place. And now he's looking to do the same to another.
Yeah, worst possible start for Steve, not getting away and then seeing Robert find tops with dart 1.
120.
Good recovery there. Nice pace
80.
to the game, this one. Steve looking to maybe just take a bit of pace out of the game. Robert Thornton, a player that really likes to rattle through a match.
Yeah, just as you said it there, I was thinking the exact same thing. Steve Brown just stepped back.
100.
Almost like I'm not going to let him play at his pace.
$140. 60. Steve, you require 156.
Thornton did edge this contest yesterday. 3-2.
40.
Let's just open the door for Robert.
96. Steve, you require 116.
Looking at 4 19s for tops. Misses the treble 19 with dart 2.
58. Robert, you require 85.
Is he going to find... Oh, it's not going to be another bullseye. It's double 5. But he finds it.
Robert
Some
Thornton.
good clutch finishing today from the Thorn.
Second leg is Robert to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, that's the second 85 finish of the day. We also saw that 86 against Jim McEwan.
79.
They're the kinds of finishes that win your matches, aren't they?
Absolutely.
120.
Particularly in this short format. If you're taking out those kind of shots, you're not giving your opponent much chance. Brown
97.
didn't get a chance in that opening leg.
$140.
Steve Brown currently
$134.
his opponent by some margin.
140.
Highlights that point further with a third 140 of the match.
$137. Steve, you require
But
101.
Thornton finds himself in a very good spot.
57.
Well,
Robert,
81,
you
he went for a
require
51
54.
there, Mace.
Answers on a postcard.
Yeah, that's game shot in the
Again,
second leg. Robert
Great
Thornton.
finishing from Robert Thornton. 2 from 2. In all departments, starting
Third
and
leg is
finishing.
Steve to throw
Yeah, well, you
first.
started this
Game
match
on.
by mentioning that Robert Thornton likes to rattle through. He might rattle through this one in no time at all.
60.
He's only been playing 4 minutes. And Robert Thornton He's 501 points away from winning the match.
120. 97.
Steve Brown averaging close to 90 and yet to have a dart at a double to win a leg.
120.
That's about as much luck as he's got in this game. Thornton with a dart on the floor. Can't get a look in, can he, Brown?
40.
Both at it. Just hurts slightly less when you're 2-0 up in a race to 3 and you get one on the floor.
140.
Yeah, it meant Robert Thornton actually ended up starting the leg with back-to-back 120s. Hit a 140 to get himself down to this match-winning finish, but Steve Brown says, hold on. Just maybe a slight issue on the
Yeah, it was the
scoreboard.
It was 120, 120. That's 121.
120, 120, 140, wasn't it, for Robert Thornton?
Yeah, it's 121's right.
Robert, you require 121.
Made to wait. Can't let these little things affect you, can't you, sometimes?
89.
Yeah, well, you just
Steve,
get
require
put out your rhythm.
124.
Oh,
74.
well, I think it came out of the 25.
Yeah, I think you could see the hole
Robert,
that
you
was
require
left.
32.
Steve Brown will be convincing himself it came out of the bull. Robert Thornton
Game
gets
shot
the match
and
won.
Robert Thornton.
A 3-0 win for the Scotsman. Really, really strong stuff against Steve Brown. That is how you deal with a rival. Thornton averaging in the end there 98, 3 out of 4 on the doubles as well at the end of legs. A really stellar showing from the Scotsman, who pulls clear at the top of the table. He now leads Steve Brown by 4 points, and he is looking like the big favourite to make it through to Saturday night from Group A. A 3-0 win for the Thorn coming next. Jim McEwan takes on Neil Duff. On we go then, here at the Super Series Double Trouble Week. Jim McEwan completing his practice starts here against Neil Duff. Two players who've got a little bit of history, of course, did meet during Duff's Lakeside success. And then McEwan got his revenge at the World Seniors match play last year when they met in the semi-finals. McEwan winning that match after surrendering a very healthy lead. He was 3 sets up at the Lakeside.
Some comeback, wasn't it? Incredible match.
Yeah, McEwan's top sitting, a bit similar to that game he had against Kevin Painter at the Seniors at the Circus Tavern the weekend just gone. Top sitting was so good, but then when he missed it, he just couldn't seem to get it back.
Game on.
Less time for a big comeback in this game, but we have seen a few over the course of the week so far. Robert Thornton winning that previous match against Steve Brown, basically now saying to Jim McEwan, if you want to stay in this race, you've got to keep winning.
Yeah, well, Robert Thornton matching the numbers that Jim produced in our opening game of the day. Identical, 98.02 the average.
We have a perfect start from Neil Duff. 160.
100. $60.
Only follows it with 60. See the angle of entry there, Jim McEwan. That looks like a perfect dart to get underneath. Well, he did get underneath it, but not into the treble.
60.
Great 60.
To see how Duff starts kick a little bit to the left.
Yeah, well, he doesn't throw from the centre of the oche.
McEwan's darts have wandered a little bit to the left there.
67.
Wow. 2 in the single 5.
$60. Jim, you require 154.
Another great 60. Very little reward. Treble 20. What's needed to start the combination on 154?
41. Neil, you require 121.
11s. Double 14. That's a lovely start to the leg and a lovely finish to the leg from Neil Duff.
Yeah, the 160 break and the 121 finish.
Second leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
A little indifferent in between, but still a 15 dart break of throw.
No score.
And can't repeat the feat in the next leg, so immediately opens the door to Jim McEwan. This time deciding to switch and doing so effectively.
56.
Haven't seen any of that sort of innovation. It became fashionable about 5 years ago at the World Grand Prix to go double 16 to treble 19.
160.
Two 160 starts.
Unfortunately this time, after 3 missed starts, I did try to rack my brains. You'll probably know
100.
the answer, Mace, being a darting anorak that you are. Has there ever been a leg at double start where a player, say they've missed 3 darts at double, but then hit what would have been a 9-darter?
No, I do.
140.
I do recall someone going very close.
So they throw the 9 perfect darts, but it actually counts for nothing because they missed
12.
3 before, yeah.
$45.
Brendan Dolan, of course, the first player to achieve the
130.
perfect 9 on the double start in the Grand Prix. Hence the nickname, the history maker. There's been multiple 9-darters since then in the Grand Prix.
54. Neil, you require 71.
Yeah, the other two came in the same match, didn't they? Featuring Robert Thornton, of
And
course.
James Wade, wasn't it?
Yeah. Tops here for Duff.
51.
Yeah, so if we were to get one this week, it would only be the fourth, wouldn't it?
Yes.
92.
Remarkable that
Neil, you require
Taylor never got
20.
one. Double start.
He never got one at the World Championship either, did he? But he missed double 12 in his very last match.
Yeah, that's game should
For the
have a second
perfect
leg.
leg. Neil Duff hits double 5 to double his lead on McEwan, and this is all
Third leg is
falling
Jim to throw
into place
first.
for Robert
Game on.
Thornton.
Absolutely. The win over Brown. And now Neil Duff doing Robert Thornton a favour at the moment.
117. $120.
His starting's been incredible. 2 160s and a 120.
Yeah, immediate pressure on Jim McEwan. Is it his turn to have a comeback win?
135.
He had a 117 start in this leg and followed it with a 135.
140.
You see the gap between them as well. That's mainly because of that really good starting, isn't it, from Neil Duff? But that's a type of standard that Thornton has been producing in his
59.
last couple of games. McEwan's been at that level a couple of times as well, but this is by far the best we've seen from Neil.
100.
Yeah, I think his best average of the campaign was his last match, 89-27, I think.
Yeah, that was a 3-1 win against Mark Dudbridge.
140. Neil, you require
Who's
141.
back in action next against the so far pointless Kevin Painter.
89.
He
Jim, you
started in
require
some style,
50.
but couldn't finish in style to wrap the game up. Did have the 1-2-1 checkout, of course.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
that's good
good the
stuff
third
from
leg.
Jim McEwan, but still with plenty to do.
Forward leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Stop it, Neil. And
120.
again, another 120. Just put so much pressure on the shoulders of Jim McEwan. May go double 18 now.
$36.
Well, he is up and running, but Neil Duff has been starting and scoring very well.
28.
Right on cue, the commentator's curse. Thanks, Neil.
There hasn't been much of that from Duff, but one bad visit can just galvanise your opponent.
100.
Big player at the MODUS Super Series, Jim
60.
McEwan, one of the few to have lifted the big one. Series 5 champion, following in the footsteps of Luke Littler, who of course won Series 3 and 4 before going on to
100.
reach a World Championship final, of course, on debut as a 16-year-old. Before that, Raymond Smith of Australia, the winner of Series 2. And the Series 1 winner, Conan Whitehead, will be with us
60.
later this week.
Just about to say, whatever happened to that kid, Luke Littler?
Yeah, well,
I think he's been doing all right.
according to some sections of the press, he keeps
95.
getting beat by unknown players.
Really?
Yeah,
133.
his first
Jim, you require 170.
Pro Tour event. Remarkable.
He'll be all right when he settles in and gets used to it all.
Said this before, but I think it was a great sort of summary of the opportunity at the MODUS Super Series that Luke Littler at 16 handed the trophy to Jim McEwan at 56.
Yep.
Jim, you require 45.
For the 56-year-old to stay in it with 45.
Gets the tops, finds the right corner. And has the throw.
Fifth and final leg is Jim to throw first. Game on.
It won't have felt like a good dart when it left his hand, but it would have felt like a good one when he saw where it landed.
Yeah, and that'll feel like a good one as well. I was going to say the irony if he'd kicked with a 160 of his own.
Yeah, now Duff has to maintain it. He can't afford not to get in here. That will be a relief. He does not want this performance to go to waste.
Maybe out of his hands if McEwan keeps finding that red bit.
140.
A snatchy last dart.
He reacted as if to say the same. And here comes Neil Duff.
100.
Maybe not enough.
No, maybe about it. 80 behind, plus these.
$140.
Granite, isn't he, Jim McEwan?
Yeah, 80 start. And then back-to-back 140s.
100. Jim, you require
most definitely enough when your opponent's doing that.
In a match, he trailed 2-0. That's okay. He can still set up nicely.
53.
I was going to say that all that would really have hurt him would have been a maximum just in terms of applying pressure.
81.
But
Jim,
Duff hasn't even been able to
88.
leave a finish, which eliminates the bull from McEwan's mind now.
Triple 19 for double 8.
48.
Well, Duff did everything right for the first half of the match, but everything's gone wrong in the last leg of it.
100. Jim, you require 40.
And McEwan can make him pay, and does, as he so often does on that target. From 2-0 down, a 3-2 win for Jim McEwan, who keeps his hopes alive of winning this group. Moves into second place, tied on 10 points with Steve Brown, 4 behind Robert Thornton after that victory, where he just held his nerve, particularly on the doubles. 3 out of 4 on the checkouts there for Jim McEwan, overturning that 2-leg deficit against a disappointed Neil Duff. Coming next, he's a very disappointed Kevin Painter, still looking for his first win. He faces Mark Dudbridge. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series stage, where a couple of former world finalists are on that stage. Kevin Painter and Mark Dudbridge about to do battle. Painter still without a win, and in desperate need for one as well now. It is, I think, getting desperate for Kevin.
I think we've got a change of equipment, or certainly a change of barrel for...
First leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
For Kevin.
Yeah,
56.
been using those perfectly straight darts. He's been tinkering with the tapered ones throughout the week, and he's gone back to those Johnny Clayton.
I was going to say they look like Johnny Clayton
60.
darts.
Just looking at some of the boards from the Pro Tour, Mace. I know many of our viewers will be tuning into that. It starts just about when we finish.
Yep.
James Wade against Luke Littler
93.
on the same board as Gary Anderson, who plays Scott Williams in his first match.
Ooh.
There are the darts that
100.
Painter's now using. And just for those who've got a bit of interest in how the former Super Series stars may be playing, there's another board. Darryl Pilgrim playing Chris
26.
Dobie. James Hurrell playing Callan Ridge on the same board, who got to the semis yesterday. And just for good measure, Dom Taylor, in the third match on that board, he takes on Michael van Gerwen.
40.
Yeah, he's having a bit of a introduction into elite darts at the moment, is young Dom.
I really do think he's a player who will kick on, though.
Yeah.
Super talented.
140.
Yeah, we sometimes... someone like Luke Littler is an exception to the rule, isn't he? But for most, it does take a while
96.
just to settle in and just get used to it all and deal with with your own ambition and expectations.
98. Kevin, you require 105.
Well, what are Kevin Painter's expectations now? I expect him to go tops. That's his new thing, isn't it? There's one.
85.
Manage
Mark,
the
you
other.
require 88.
Well, could see a ball finish here if a trouble's not found on dart 1. Well, it is. Double 14. Beautiful. Kev behind, saying to himself, yep, this goes in.
Yeah, that's game shot in the
How's your
first
luck?
leg. Mark Dudbridge.
Someone put together a great video, on social media, and it was Kevin Painter of about 20 years ago, fuming when his opponent went tops against him. I think that
Second
opponent
leg,
was
it's Kevin
James
the
Wade.
It was at the match play. I was there.
And then they'd edited it with his tops against Jim McEwan.
With the celebration.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
36.
the first time I ever played James was actually down in Portsmouth in a UK Open qualifier. I think it was only best of 9 then, maybe. All I know is it was either 4-4 or 5-5. I had a big score to leave a double. He wanted 80, 3 darts in hand, and went tops.
125.
I thought it was brilliant. Not at the time.
Funny how things have changed. Bobby George was
60.
talking about he's a master of the maths, isn't he, and working out what routes to go. And he's said it's the right way to go. Bigger surface area.
Yeah, I mean,
96.
it's sort of part of the game. I mean, a lot of the game has changed in terms of the math and the way it's played, and I'm fascinated to watch young players like Luke Littler who were so aware
43.
of a certain way of going after each individual dart to ensure that you can create that 4-visit leg.
100.
Yeah, and also I think with players like him and others, how they can adjust when they've made a mistake without having to break the rhythm.
Yeah.
128. Kevin, you require 144.
1-4-4 for Painter.
44.
Well, he just leaves the turn. Another tops chance for Kevin Painter. If he doesn't get the treble.
100. Kevin, you require 100.
Here we go again. There's one.
80.
And again, he can't manage to finish it
Mark,
off.
you require 90.
And again, he may well be punished. Finds the treble again. This time it leaves double 15 and he nails it. 2-0. 2 out of 3 on the doubles. Painter ruining misstarts at tops in both legs.
Game on.
After initially hitting the first tops.
$32.
I mean, I think the next new thing at the Super Series just needs to be a painter cam, doesn't it? We need it on him all the time.
No score.
It's funny how it goes in sport in general when you are on a run, a negative run that you can't seem to
60
to break. Nothing seems to go your way.
Yeah, and
120.
he is the type of player who will exaggerate that as well, and sometimes attract it.
Well, it's hard not to do, and the great players just don't get emotionally invested, do they? They're not particularly reactive. They'll just continue to try and create a presence where you can throw with freedom.
Painter makes his presence felt there. Have to say, I was commentating on that World Seniors, and we
140.
were giving you a bit of praise, mate, in that first match, because it did look like the first couple of sets against Darryl Fitton, you were falling into that trap yourself.
Yeah, well,
59.
Yeah, you see, I didn't really have too many expectations. I had sort of 3 days practice. That was it. And I'm not on about 3 whole days of
60.
practice. I managed to probably grab about 6 hours in total, and it just wasn't enough. But annoyingly, prior to getting on the stage, for an hour and a half, 2 hours in the practice room, I felt $1 million, and then
85.
I say you can't practice doing some things.
Yeah, but you did seem to sort of just get your head right in the break and kick on in that particular game.
77. Gavin, you require 57.
That's what the thing that a lot of dart players struggle with, isn't it? Not knowing what they're doing wrong, so they can't put it right.
Yeah,
let's put that right. Yeah, I was fully aware of what was going wrong. I was breaking my wrist, and I wasn't getting fully to the back of my throw, and that's all just pressure related, and I just managed to just find a way.
While we're on the subject, denied the chance to take 32. On Phil Taylor, ended up with Manfred Bildell instead. Well, what were your thoughts on not playing Phil and then that fixture? Yeah,
well, relieved really. As much as we've had our moments over the years, ultimately you can't not respect his achievements and his standing in the sport and what he's done for the sport. And I wouldn't have taken any pleasure
90.
whatsoever of playing him at this stage of his career, because he's just not that player anymore. It was a bit like when some fighters just go 81. On too long, and they ultimately end up losing to people that they shouldn't do.
And then just to end the story, a player who is back to her best, it seemed, Lisa Ashton. You can't take anything away from that brilliant run to the semi-finals.
Yeah, she played okay. I don't think she played particularly well against me, but what she did do was 100. Take her opportunities, and her finishing was spectacular. And the more I was aware that she was prepared to punish any mistake I made, you make more and more mistakes, and ultimately that cost me in that one. I just couldn't get to grips with the outer wire.
Yeah, and Lisa fought her way to a tie-break in the semi as well. She will be here later this week.
More importantly, it's just great to see her back somewhere near her best, and she just continues to, week on week, make more and more improvements. Great to see.
3 times now he's attempted
30.
tops in this
Mark
match, Kevin
required
Painter.
20.
But the match could be over if Dudbridge can find double 5.
15.
He doesn't. So for once, Kevin Painter does get some
70.
rub of the green here. Trying to compose himself, forget everything that's gone before. And now he remembers it all again.
Now, considering he's been a tops player and been trying to leave tops, he's had a change of tact. 54 for double 8. Now, oh dear, he's not even going to get a dart at the ball.
15. Mark, you require 5.
So to punish Painter once more. Oh,
No score.
wow.
Kevin, you require
Big number
55.
missed. Careless start really from Mark Dudbridge. You have to make sure of that target.
35.
Kevin Painter still can't claim the
Mark,
leg.
you require 5.
Oof, oof. Just managed to squeeze it in the single 1 to leave double 2, and that's a blocker.
3. Kevin, you
Can't get over the line here, Mark Dudbridge.
20. Yeah, that's
Kevin
game short than
Painter
a 40.
does
Kevin Painter.
force the last leg decider. When I say force, he kind of fell into one, didn't he?
Fifth
Yeah,
and
survived.
final arc. It's Mark to throw first.
5
Game
match
oh.
starts at a double by Dudbridge, who up until that point was visit perfect.
One on the end.
More misery
60.
for KP. You could smile. Ironic smile.
No score.
Well, come on then. Let's have some kind of progress towards perfection. Didn't dare say another word then.
Well,
100.
that first dart, if he walked up and put it in the board, he'd have put it there high and in the middle. That's normally perfect for Mark for a max, and we know we can hit plenty of those.
117.
Actually, Painter with the 2 180s in this match. The only player to hit a max
100.
so far.
Well, he does end up on
60.
141.
Mark, you require 141.
Mark Dudbridge after 9.
$93.
48 left after 12 in the deciding leg.
83.
Yeah, you get the sense
Mark,
that
you
Kevin
require
Painter
48.
knows what's coming, and it's been an all too familiar feeling for the artist. 8 games played,
Game shot.
8
and a
games
match.
lost
Mark
by
Dudbridge.
Kevin Painter as Mark Dudbridge finally gets done in leg 5 what he maybe should have got done in leg 4. Painter understandably not happy with how things are going. Mark Dudbridge has a last laugh in that one. He wins 3-2, and coming up next it is a meeting between Jim McEwan and Steve Brown.
Welcome back to Double Trouble here at the Super Series. We'll start at the end, Chris Mason. Kevin Painter clearly frustrated when he left the stage, and you can understand why. No wins from 8 matches.
Yeah, he's having a torrid time of it, and what can go wrong is going wrong for him at the moment. And when opportunities do arise for him, he just can't take them. And when you get on a roll like that, you just feel like you want it over and done with. But of course, you will have another opportunity across Thursday and Friday to try and put it right. But he's going into a very tough group. It doesn't get any easier this week.
No, and he's still, of course, got to fulfil his matches in this group, including another 2 today. Here's what's happened so far on Tuesday, the second day of the Double Trouble. It started badly for Painter, it's carried on that way. But one man who is really doing the business today is Robert Thornton.
Yeah, my pick to maybe come out of the pack that represented a bit of value is Jim McEwan, and that defeat there in match number 4 to Robert Thornton, of all players, maybe is undoing, because that allowed Robert Thornton, of course, to stretch his legs at the top of the table.
However, he then did turn it around against Neil Duff, Jim McEwan, a really good comeback win.
Yeah, and if he does go on to somehow win this group now from this position, we may look back at that one key game, because he was 2-0 down there and in a world of trouble.
Yeah, really good stuff from Jim McEwan in that one. Let's just talk about some of the other players in the group as well. Steve Brown, he's still in there, isn't he? Still fighting. He's got a chance of winning the group.
Yeah, it's just all about whether Robert can just consolidate that lead he's got. And of course, the pressure is on that chasing pack. He can play with an element of freedom at the moment. But yeah, it's just looking like Thornton's just going to be a little bit too good for the rest of the field so far.
Yeah, and we spoke about this in comms as well. Robert Thornton's history in this format, that really does seem to be giving him a bit of an edge, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't think he understands the format and the skill part of getting off and not panicking. And he's the one that just looks just more at ease with the format at the moment. Everybody else, you can see that trepidation every time you're at the start of a leg.
It looks like it probably will be Robert Thornton, still another 4 days played to go. But what about the other players? Even if they don't win this group, has anybody else stood out and said they could win the week?
Yeah, listen, I like the look of Jim McEwan. He is a player that's proven in the building. He's won a Champions Week, of course, as we know, in Series 5. His game looks in good nick. I think the only thing that may hold him back is it's a real cutthroat short format, and I think you're going to need not only a bit of skill but a lot of luck as well this week.
I know he lost his previous match, but Neil Duff has started to show some signs of what he can do. I mean, the starting in that game against Jim McEwan was exceptional, and there was some good finishing in there as well.
Yeah, I mean, 2 160 starts and a 120 start. Normally, if you look at those kind of numbers, you'd expect to see Neil Duff picking up the points in that one, but it just wasn't to be. And all credit to his opponent, who just sort of stuck in and stuck around and took his chances when they come.
And what have you made of your old mucker, Mark Dudbridge? Again, we saw him go 4 perfect darts. I mean, that first start should have followed, really, shouldn't he? But he's played okay. Yeah,
listen, I think he's a player that's been in good form. He's been in good numbers. He hit a 9-darter down at the World Seniors Tour event. We're seeing elements. We're seeing sort of flickers of where his game is right now. And Mark's the kind of player, I think, who plays himself into form, and maybe we'll see that this week. He's got the whole week, of course. He's guaranteed, no matter what, a Thursday and Friday, but he'd love to be in that Group B, or 3 from 5 go through, because that takes the pressure off a little bit.
And this next match, Steve Brown and Jim McEwan warming up behind us. If we take a look at the table, this is a pretty crucial contest, isn't it? One of them's going to emerge as the main contender here.
Yeah, and one of them's going to get within a win of Robert Thornton, and they'll be hoping, of course, that when Robert Thornton plays Mark Dudbridge, that Mark Dudbridge does them two a favour. But yeah, the winner of this one will still certainly feel like they're in with a chance of winning Group A.
Absolutely, and it's all about getting to finals night. Of course, you could be there as well.
Yeah, it is a big game on the big stage at the Live Lounge. Brown against McEwan. I've been practicing for a little while there, building up to this match. It's only a race to 3 legs. But whoever wins it, as we were just talking about, Mace, will be within 2 points of Robert Thornton.
Yeah, it's going to be a big night Saturday night as well, so we'd love to see you all here. Remember, the tickets are limited, so be quick.
First leg is Jim to throw first. Game on.
No matter what 6 are left on Saturday night, it is going to be a special night, and we're going to crown our first, well, double trouble champion.
Yeah, and you just said then in our little chat
101.
that Jim McEwan may well be a real runner for that title. I suppose it's going to be a new Royal of Honour, isn't it? To have the series titles, but also the sort of specials champions who can be the king of all formats.
When will you be announcing the next special week and what the format's going to be?
I think it'll be during the next series. That one is confirmed. Just waiting for a couple of
97.
other little things to be confirmed. I think we'll pretty much be able to announce the lineup as well as soon as we announce the event. So if you've not been phoned, Mace, it's not you.
No, it's not me then. I can
108.
I can make sure I'm available for my favoured role.
Yeah, still a
24.
commentator.
Jim, you require
pretty good at playing.
97.
Jim McEwan, pretty good at playing as well. 3-figure scores all throughout. 101 with that stray dart. 1-2-3 with another stray dart, but then 3
57.
perfect darts. The 180 to leave himself that finish, and now he tees up top. So when he comes back,
Beautiful leg of darts.
105. Jim, you require 40.
Possible 13 darter. Well, at least it's out the way.
Yeah, that's game shot in the
It
first.
is a 14 dart hold in leg 1 for Jim McEwan.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Steve won this tie in a real tight one yesterday. 3-2.
No score.
Had the lower average by some 6 points. I'm sure it's one that Jim felt like that it just got away from him a bit.
yeah, I don't know how much of an analyst he is of the overall picture
60.
when he comes to the Super Series. But if you were to look at that and then look at the league table, it really is the one that got away, because
38.
he would be on 12 points and he won that, so would be able to go level with Robert Thornton, and of course knows he's got him to play tomorrow. It'd be in his hands still.
Yep.
$60.
Yeah, I think Jim will have to end the day perfect. So a win here, and then a win against Mark
96.
Dudbridge, match number 13. I'm not sure, but the way Thornton's playing, you'd think he's going to have to go 5 from 5 and defeat Robert Thornton, but also
60.
deal with any issues in the leg difference.
Yeah, Thornton has Dudbridge and Painter to play. Painter in the last match, it's kind of scripted, isn't it? That Painter will probably end up getting his
135.
first win there against a man who at that point could be 16 points in front of him.
$45. $96.
Tricky just having to check himself after Steve Brown dropped a dart. We were talking about Luke Littler in an earlier game, and I do believe that the JDC has been
60. Steve,
inundated with entries
136.
since the success of the now 17-year-old, who of course came through that system.
Yeah, there's
96.
new academies popping up all over the place now. It has had a created a real interest, and that's what we need. We need to start creating our next crop.
86. Steve, you require 40. Yeah, that's game
Probably
shot
with the
second
exclusion
leg.
of Gary Anderson, it does feel like there's about to be
leg is Jim to throw
a
first.
changing of the guard.
Well, Brown ensuring that he's going to be in this fight. I did mention it during the World Seniors as well, though. I still think that there are unearthed
56.
talents out there that are older.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Maybe someday someone will rock up at the seniors having never really played darts
79.
or taken it seriously, but they might be now retired or something.
Yeah, well, there's names there that aren't familiar to me that are currently playing in the World Seniors Tour events. And of course, when you're in your 50s, you're in a different financial position. The kids are grown and probably flown the nest, and you've got more time to put into
100.
what may have been a hobby that could become a career. There's certainly enough money and opportunities out there now. I mean, you only got to look at the likes of Robert Thornton, who's quite happy now to focus on senior darts. You look at someone like John Henderson, he still very much feels
100.
that there's unfinished business and he'll be chasing his tour card back. But then the other side of it, you've got players like Steve Beaton who would quite happily like
45.
to, however many years he wants to continue to play, he'll play them within that World Senior system.
I did have to laugh actually at Robert Thornton when he was interviewed about
100.
staying on the senior circuit in the Super Series and not attempting to get his tour card. He did say he didn't think he'd like the travelling again. That's Robert Thornton, who's literally travelled 500 miles to be here in Portsmouth.
135. Jim, you require 145.
Was it 500?
I think it's just shy about 460 from Ayrshire, but he works, doesn't it?
Yeah.
$105. Steve, you require 142.
Ooh, another one of those. Leaves tops. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg. Steve Brown.
Well, that was a bit Bob Anderson-esque as well, wasn't it? Leaving the arm out and then pointing towards the camera.
Bit of Johnny Clayton in there as well.
Steve Brown, the showman at the
first.
Super Series. We were talking about how McEwan could really get in the slipstream of Robert Thornton. It might be Brown who does that.
98.
Using double 19 to start. How about this for a response? Beautiful 160. Dare we dream?
$140.
And we saw Mark Dudbridge throw 4 perfect darts. McEwan matches. But he can't make any further progress.
140.
Yeah. Main thing for Jim is just to try and win this leg, but it's been a solid leg of his own from
99.
Steve Brown.
Well, he'd just taken out a really fancy finish to 142. This would be even flashier.
66.
He's
Steve,
fuming with that because
164.
it makes the finish a lot more complex if he gets a go.
Well, Steve Brown there, if he wanted to
100.
finish
Jim,
with
you
those 3
require
darts, should have been going
135.
treble 18. He's decided to say to Jim McEwan, "You're not going to take this out, mate."
He's right. Dangerous tactics. 72 left.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, that, isn't it? On the one end, you're putting more pressure on them, but on the other end, you're running the risk of them hitting it. It worked out for Brown,
48.
but that hasn't.
Jim, you require 56.
For a level game. I'm back on throw. double 10.
Yeah, that's game shot on the fourth leg. Jim McEwan.
So it comes down to a
Fifth
single
and
leg.
final leg is
Steve
Jim
Brown
the
having
throw
missed
first.
a couple of
Game
darts
on.
to win this match, but McEwan has the throw in the decider. Whoever wins the game will be the main rival for Robert Thornton, just 2 points behind him in Group A.
61.
So, a few stray darts from Jim McEwan.
100. $60. 100.
I have to say, Murph, Steve Brown's looking the most likely at the moment, isn't he?
Absolutely.
180 incoming.
140.
Just put the leg a little more in the balance. If Brown can't find a treble, then it's pretty much level.
100.
3 straight tons. Are we going to have the perfect red pen double start leg?
McEwan upping the ante.
180.
His second of the contest.
123. Jim, you require 60.
Well, it's a similar kind of display to the one that he produced against Neil Duff. How to survive a scare here, Jim McEwan. Double 10.
50.
Now he misses 2 darts for the
Steve,
match
you
himself.
require 78.
Treble 18, double 12 for Steve Brown.
Game shots.
Brown
and a match.
gets the
Steve
job
Brown.
done in stylish fashion as well. And it puts him back into second place. Very, very happy stuff from Steve Brown, who dances past Jim McEwan with a 3-2 win. Could have got it done earlier. Missed a couple of darts to win it 3-1. McEwan then missed 2 darts to win it 3-2 himself. But in what was a very high-quality contest, the standout moment, that 1-4-2 checkout from Steve Brown, who had 60% on his leg-winning doubles and averaged just under 93. Good value for the victory, and he now is trying to chase down Robert Thornton, who takes on Mark Dudbridge after this short break.
And welcome back with Robert Thornton taking on Mark Dudbridge in a match that, if Thornton can win, will re-establish a 4-point gap at the top of the table. That was closed by Steve Brown to just 2 with his very impressive win over Jim McEwan last time out. And these two met yesterday. Robert Thornton was very impressive indeed, winning 3-1 with a 92.76 average, 60% on doubles.
Yeah, classy stuff. And it has been classy stuff from the Thorn for the most part. Just that one defeat yesterday.
And in this field, that's seriously impressive.
Yeah, and it was...
No score. $140.
It was to Jim McEwan, wasn't it, that loss for Robert Thornton. He's put that right today.
No score.
What has been interesting today for me is that the competitiveness of all the games, the majority have been all 5 legs.
27.
Even Kevin Painter, despite not picking up a win, his last couple of games
40.
has seen him being edged out by the deciding leg in matches. Was beaten 3-0 in the opening game, but most players would have been facing
140.
a player averaging 98.02 in a double start.
Yeah, 7 of 10 have gone the distance.
100. What would you require? 114.
Treble 20. 14. 40.
94.
Couldn't quite manage it on this occasion, but Dudbridge is so far behind it shouldn't matter.
$97. Robert, you require 20. Yeah, that's game shot in the first leg. Robert.
It doesn't matter. Thornton grabs the opening leg with little fuss.
Second leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
He still has Kevin Painter to play. Dudbridge has got a really tough end to the day, hasn't he? Matches against
79.
Thornton and McEwan.
Yeah. If he doesn't pick up at least one
40.
win, it's hard to see a way back for him in this Group A.
Yeah, and even getting into Group B would be tough because he would, by default, be at least 4
55.
points behind both McEwan and Brown, which is a big gap in just one day's play.
And Steve has
95.
Neil Duff to play.
Yeah, who's shown improvements, but it hasn't turned into results for Duff.
121.
No, he's played okay today so far, hasn't he? Was edged out in the opening match to
41.
Thornton 3-2, and then defeated Mark Dudbridge 3-1, and then was edged out again despite
100.
averaging over 90. 3-2 to Jim McEwan.
$137.
Thornton's day
Mark,
hasn't
you
been
require
without
146.
danger, and there's some danger here as Dudbridge has 2 visits. Take out 146. Ah, brilliant. Double 16.
Yeah, that's King Shaw in the
Absolutely
second
wonderful
leg.
from Mark
Mark
Dudbridge.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Not a flicker from Thornton, straight in.
80. 36.
Seeing if Robert uses flight protectors. He does, because I'm pretty sure
28.
one popped off in the first visit. It's the little silver metal bits
80.
on the end of the flights. You'll probably be able to pick them up in a moment. There you can see them. Well, they're intact.
57.
I think it maybe just be one side. It is. It's actually just a 1/4 of it has come off. Probably because he can still see it. He
140.
probably doesn't realise.
Yeah, eagle-eyed from Chris Mason.
60.
See a very astute, economical Scotsman there,
95.
putting flight protectors on to save splashing the cash on the flights.
45. Mark, you require 150.
Great opportunity for Mark Dudbridge here to halt this run of Robert Thornton. Seems inspired since that
134.
beautiful 146 out to level things up.
Yeah, he's really picked it up here, Dudbridge, and
89.
this could be a
Mark, you
favour
require 16.
for the chasing pack, namely Duff and
That's game shot in the
sorry,
third line.
Brown and
Mark Dudbridge.
McEwan. Dudbridge might
Forward leg, it's
start
Mark
to
throw
include
first.
himself as one of the
Team.
chasing pack if he gets the win himself. Imagine if he can actually beat both of them, Jim McEwan and
Well, it would certainly shake the table
60.
up a bit, wouldn't it?
yeah. Well, McEwan's already played his penultimate game and he's lost that. So if Dudbridge did beat him, he'd actually be above him.
120.
Imagine the irony if the only game that Painter wins over the course of 2 days is against the table-topping Robert Thornton.
Wouldn't put it past him, and anything's possible in this
140.
format,
Yeah, absolutely.
which is why it's even more impressive that Robert Thornton has only lost one match.
97.
But he could be staring his second in the face here. Mark Dudbridge has got a very good chance to get the job done.
60. 45.
Absolutely perfectly pitched. And another, just like the other.
180.
that puts Flash at the finish line.
137. Mark, you requires 61.
25. 47 left. He's got options. 15 for double 16. Oh, my goodness. Would have left double 1, but he
Good shots.
finds the double
Man of the match,
16
Mark Dudbridge.
and inflicts the first defeat of the day on Robert Thornton with a 85.57 average and 3 out of 3 on the doubles, including that wonderful 146 that got him right back in the match and right back in contention in Group A. 79.93 for Robert Thornton, and it is the first defeat of the day to him. Coming up next, Neil Duff takes on Kevin Painter.
So another opportunity now for Kevin Painter here at the Super Series to get off the mark on this double start week. It has been a darting disaster so far for the artist. But he's got 2 more games to play today. The first of them against the man immediately above him in the table, Neil Duff, who has picked up 1 victory today. That came against Mark Dudbridge, who's just thrown a real spanner in the works. That 3-1 win against Robert Thornton has just made things a little more interesting in the table. You would have to say that Duff and certainly Painter are out of the picture in terms of qualification, but has Mark Dudbridge just put himself in the frame?
Well, he's just opened it up for everybody else as well, hasn't he? What could have been a big
First
overnight
Neil
lead
to throw first.
may remain at just the 1 win. Jim McEwan and Steve Brown would have been thrilled with that result.
Yeah, so league table,
No score.
as it stands, Robert Thornton on 14 points, Steve Brown on 12, McEwan and now Dudbridge on 10, and then Duff on 6, of course, Painter on 0. But not playing like a man who's on 0.
No, again, last time out, defeated 3-2. Average nearly 85, couple of 180s in there.
You would think at some point Kevin
134.
Painter would start to relax and just think, well, this is gone.
Yeah, and then he'll play with a bit more freedom. I certainly think these darts suit him a little bit more than the other barrels he was using.
Well, this is what he changed to, didn't he, in that comeback win against Jim McEwan, the World Seniors, and then changed back from them in the next match. I'm sure every player's done it in practice where you pick up another set just to throw something that
Yeah,
feels
the problem
different.
is when you're warm, you can sometimes just pick anything up and you'll be able to throw them. It's how they feel in your hand from sort of cold.
91. Neil, you require 161.
Well, he's putting a very good leg of darts here, Kevin Painter. There's no argument about that.
65.
A 160
Kevin, you require
start
60.
can't get better than that. And now this is for a 13 in a double start leg. 14 will do.
Yeah, that's game shot in
And
the
it
first
goes.
Kevin Painter.
And then there's a massive difference to sort of playing in a very
Second
comfortable
leg, it's
environment.
Kevin
One thing
to
I
throw
found,
first. Game
just
on.
no grip on my darts on stage at the weekend because of the heat and the sweat. And obviously when you're under pressure and nervous, you sweat more. So I'm certainly
80.
thinking about going for a very similar barrel, but maybe something with just a bit more purchase on them.
So you're still intending to persevere, maybe get to a few tour events and get back in some of the...
Yeah, it's just balancing the schedule, isn't it? And trying to do enough of everything, really. But like I said, 3 or 4 days practice is not going to get me anywhere. I'm very fortunate to make the quarterfinals, but ultimately was found out, and I said it in an interview with Phil Bars. I said if I don't
82.
find something else, I'm ultimately gonna get beat.
Well, Neil Duff is one of the players that has been going
100.
to the tour events. He plays a lot of darts, doesn't he, Duff? And he was another player when he won that Lakeside. Had to consider whether he wanted to go to Q School or whether he would. And I think
85.
the
Neil, you
introduction
require
of seniors, the fact he
141.
can play at the Super Series, sort of stopped him bothering.
Yeah, like I say, it's not for everybody, is it? It's
100. Kevin, you
It's,
require
it's very much a
154.
choice.
Painter here.
Yeah, I was having a look at the schedule of the World
94.
Seniors Tour.
Neil, you require 41.
And then I think, oh, there's a date I'm available. I can do that one. And then
31.
I get
Kevin,
called
you
to do
require
the
60.
Nordic Darts Masters, which is the same weekend. And I'm like, I'm afraid earning comes before spending.
Well,
that's game set in
Kevin
the second
Painter
round.
might be earning
Kevin
some
Painter.
points here for the first time on Double Trouble week. 2-0 to the good now against
Third
Duff.
lag, it's Neil to throw
But
first.
of course, with the changes in the system, all the players now have no choice but to start playing the tour, and I know it's taken a few years, but
No score.
I do feel like it's established. I think there's an opportunity for players to create names with them. Look at Richie Howson and Leonard Gates. They've done it, haven't they? They've created a fan base that they
120.
didn't have before playing on the seniors tour.
True, and suppose you just hope that you're available to play in the qualifying events, because of course they'll still have those. The majority of places will go
120.
from the order of merits, but there will still be those last chance qualifiers to get in tournaments as well. Leonard Gates is a great
60.
example, isn't he? He won the golden ticket to get in the Champion of Champions.
And then won it.
Won it, and then won the next two events as well. He would have never have been in any of them had he not won that first qualifier.
100.
What a story.
Lovely and clean through the air. Kevin Painter's very little.
140.
Yeah,
60.
nice angle that, just to see the flight of the darts. Neil Duff sort of zipped through the air, didn't it?
45.
Won't be able to use that camera angle when we get Richie Burnett here, of course, because his back foot will block the dart.
140. Gavin, you require 136.
It's good to see Richie over the weekend and confirm that the Prince of Wales will be at the Prince of Wales in a couple of months' time.
60. Neil, you require 81.
Yeah, that's the Chris Mason manor now. Double 13.
That's game set in the third line.
Kevin
Neil
would have
Duff.
just been thinking to himself, give me one go at the 76.
Forward
But
lag, it's Gavin to throw
didn't happen,
first.
but has the darts here.
I do forget how busy you are sometimes, Mace. Commentator, pundit, now player again, and landlord into the mix as well.
Yeah, it's
No
just so
score.
tough. And I mean, originally when the seniors idea came around, I was very much trying to be committed to the tour, but obviously now the MODUS Super Series pretty much takes a
80.
precedence on everything I do, and then around that, obviously I've got my ITV commitments and now doing other events.
No score.
Well, Painter's, he's already, this is the trouble I think he had in the seniors at the weekend. He's already starting to sort of plot his own downfall here.
Correct.
He's had one miss after a match that's gone
100.
really well, and suddenly he's just changed his demeanour completely. Almost like accepting that it's starting to go wrong. Like, yeah, that is in. Yeah, it's in, Kevin. And how quickly did he change from jovial to serious there?
75.60.
Final three games to come after this today. Dudbridge, McEwan, Brown versus Duff, and then Painter plays Thornton in the curtain closer.
100.
He looked at the halfway stage of the day that there was only one direction for Robert Thornton, but if Painter can pull off a shock there, then suddenly we have a really close finish tomorrow.
60.
Do join us. 9:30 a.m. live and exclusive on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
60. $139. 140. Neil, you require
Gives him
62.
an outside chance if Neil Duff doesn't find double 16 or double 8. Can
30.
Kevin now
Kevin, you require
win it in some
126.
style? 4 19s and ball, 6 19s double 6.
Can't get a go.
43.
Well, it looks like this one
Neil,
will
you
go the
require
distance.
32.
I might remember that Painter led 2-0.
No score.
Well, he does get his
Kevin, you
chance.
require 83.
Treble 17, double 16, 17 16 ball. Gets the treble.
As we so often see, he does it in 2 parts, Kevin Painter. Treble, step back, reset, refocus. Double
51.
for the double, as many have,
Neil, you
as
require
eluded Kevin
32.
Painter there.
That's game shot on the forward leg. Neil Duff.
And it always hurts more last starting hand.
Doesn't it, Everett?
5th and final arc. It's Neil to throw first. Game on. $40. $120.
Super start from Kevin. Puts a little bit of pressure on Neil Duff.
$45. $97.
Well, Kevin Painter just stopped to, I think, pick up a flight there. Neil Duff just saw it in his peripheral vision and stepped back, I think a little bit agitated, but he did the right thing.
100.
Did you see the game between
29.
Richie Burnett? Who was he playing? I can't.
Keith Denner.
Yeah, it was Della, yeah, and Della was taking his time getting back, and Richie decided quite early in the match he was going to wait
95.
until Della had passed him, but he kept forgetting that he decided that, so he'd sort of take 2 steps forward and then twig and take 2 steps back again and then stand there. It was quite funny.
100.
I thought Keith played very well.
Yeah, and not for the first time in a World Seniors event. Of course, won his first round game last year, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
100. Kevin, you
Well,
require
Neil Duff down to the
155.
easier finish of the 2, that's for sure. Well, another treble 20, he'll leave double 10.
135.
Well, the way things
Neil,
have been
you
going for
require
KP,
121.
Neil Duff will take this out. He's already hit it once today.
And he'll probably do it on the ball. Painter
96.
gets a chance.
You require 20.
He's earned the chance. Can he take the chance?
Game shot.
Yes,
and
he
a match.
can.
Kevin
Finally, Kevin Painter gets a victory on this double start week of the Super Series. It's taken him 9 games to get there, but he's going to enjoy every second of that feeling. Painter finally off the mark, a 3-2 win against Neil Duff. He led that match 2-0. Looking at the stats, he deserved to win it really. Duff missing that dart for the ball to pip Painter at the post, but it is the first victory for Kevin Painter at Double Trouble. Next up, Mark Dudbridge, who's just put himself back in the picture in trying to win this group, takes on one of his rivals, Jim McEwan.
Hello again, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series where Double Trouble is in full swing and some of the players have been suffering plenty of that. Kevin Painter, though, has finally got off the mark, winning the match there before the break, 3-2 against Neil Duff. We'll show you what's happened so far and indeed what's still to come, but Kevin Painter was the happiest man in Portsmouth after getting over the line in that one. The games before it, pretty significant. Mark Dudbridge inflicting the first defeat of the day on Robert Thornton, and before that Steve Brown defeating Jim McEwan. So Dudbridge McEwan coming next. That's going to be a big match. In fact, all of the players involved in that race to win the group are going to be in action, battling it out towards the end of the day, and then we'll have a clear picture of what kind of finale we are going to have tomorrow. One of those significant games in that title race was that meeting between Jim McEwan and Steve Brown, and Jim McEwan got himself a couple of darts to win the match. Usually so adept at hitting tops, but he couldn't find that, nor double 10, and Steve Brown in the background there was just waiting and hoping for the opportunity, and when it came, well, he did the business. Excellent stuff from Steve Brown. It looked like he was maybe starting to slide down the table, but he got the job done there, and that was a really big win for him that put him in second place in the Group A table. So Brown, second behind Robert Thornton, who's top of it. Jim McEwan and Mark Dudbridge both on 10 points, Duff on 6, and Kevin Painter finally off the mark on 2. And what a game we've got to happen now, because it is a big match between Dudbridge and McEwan. Whoever wins it is going to be firmly in the race for first place, and I am going to talk you through it alongside Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, it's going to be a really fascinating end to this day 2 of Group A in Double Trouble Week. First up in the final 3 games, Mark Dudbridge taking on Jim McEwan. Jim winning the tie yesterday, 3-1 with a 92.77 average. 60% on his doubling out. But a massive, massive game for both.
Yeah, and out of nowhere, really, Mark Dudbridge has put on a little bit of a surge. But he lost to Neil Duff in the 6th game of the day. You were looking at him and Duff as out of the race.
First leg, it's Mark to throw first.
He's since beat Painter and Thornton to put himself in the picture. And if he can add McEwan to that list of scalps, then he will be in at least 3rd place in the table. Could even be 2nd if he gets a heavy enough win. Obviously, with the shorter format, leg difference is more likely to be more closely bunched as well. Not much between the 4 players. Robert Thornton, 14 points plus 8, as we just saw. Steve
100.
Brown, 12 points plus 4. McEwan, 10 points plus 5. And Mark Dudbridge, 10 points plus 2.
Well, Jim, 4 darts to get away. Giving Mark Dudbridge a bit 65. Of a lead.
$43.
Well, that's how Chucky chucks perfectly into the treble.
And again.
140.
This will be a flight path that you know well, Chris.
Yeah, stood behind for many, many an hour, this man on
60.
The practice board.
$134.
I know you're a connoisseur of throws, and just look at Jim McEwan, and you sometimes think, how does he miss? Because he's just got so many reference points to make sure that every throw is replicated exactly the same.
Yeah, it's very simple. but effective. And really, that's the best way to throw it. There's
65.
no real wrist involvement. There's no fancy grip. You can see with Mark, there's a lot of fingers and there's a lot of movement. And Mark has to rely on a lot of timing.
97.
May go for double 19 here to try and get to tops, and he's pulled it off to get a go at his favourite double. Excellent outshot that from Jim McEwan. Really good stuff
Second
to
lag
break
is
the
Jim
Dudbridge
throw
throw.
first. Game on.
He wants to make sure he is the main rival for Robert Thornton. It's like saying to Mark Dudbridge, well, thank you for that favour you've done, but it's a favour you've done for me, not for yourself.
100. One on and one. $97.
I think that's why we've seen it from Jim many times when he does get it right and he's on a bit of a roll. It just doesn't stray, does
100.
he? Every element of his game just seems to work in unison. I think he's one of the players over the next couple of seasons that will win big on the seniors tour. That's for sure.
Yeah, he got to that final, didn't he, in York? Then the Gates got the better of him.
60.
It was a really out of sorts performance by Gates, by the way.
Yeah, it was. It was very, very surprising. I thought Jim Long looked absolutely brilliant in spells.
Yeah, he was Mr. Consistent, wasn't he?
He's another one on the short list. Along with this man, I think that's what makes the seniors tour so exciting. It's going to get more exciting as more players make that transition across. And over the next couple of years, we could see the likes of Simon Whitlock and Steve Beaton, Merv King.
Yeah, Steve Beaton confirmed, didn't he, that his intention is to play seniors darts next year. Obviously, the likes of Simon and Mervyn will be hoping not to, but boy, what additions they would be. I could see Simon Whitlock actually having the same impact on the World Seniors Tour that he had on the PDC Tour, and suddenly there's so much interest from Australia.
Finds the 25. And finds tops 2-0.
Jim McEwan.
Averaging in the mid-80s. Well, they both are.
Game on.
2 from 2 on the doubles for Jim McEwan.
No score.
Yeah, so a win here for McEwan would take him to 12 points. That would be after 10 matches. Two behind Robert Thornton, who would still have one to play.
No score.
Both following. We haven't actually seen that in too many legs where neither players managed to get going.
Wow, look how close that is. No wonder he had to ask the question.
No score. $60. $79. 180.
Well, a 180
77.
from McEwan. Starts to see him disappear into the distance. Oh, Dudbridge would have to get his binoculars out.
$60.
Oh, good 60. Still 144 points in front, minus these.
$140.
He's done well, Dudbridge,
43.
to get back into this, and McEwan's offered him a helping hand there.
Yeah, certainly with only 43 scored. Great 140 from Mark. Needs to back it up, needs to come down.
36.
Oh dear.
Jim, you require 158.
I'm not sure he's realised yet.
Yeah, he's going to have a little shock when he looks at the score.
96. $59.
So
Jim,
McEwan-
you requires 62.
For the match. Goes treble 18 double 4 on this checkout.
Yeah, I like that way because of that, especially when you love tops as much as Jim.
22. Mark, you require
Can't quite
110.
manage it. Can Flash find a way back? We'll need a flash of brilliance. 110. Treble 18. Yes. Double 18. No.
92. Jim, you require 40.
Mark Dudbridge is ready to leave the stage. I've never seen
Game
a
shot.
player so
And a
prepared.
match. Jim
Not only
McEwan.
is he... Sometimes you see players put the darts down. Mark Dudbridge had his case in his hands as Jim McEwan was throwing at that, and he was right. Because McEwan makes no mistake. Gets that match won, and it's a big win for him as well. An important victory that sees him return to second in the table, fending off Mark Dudbridge's fight as he's chased down the leading pack. But it's McEwan who returns to P2 ahead of Steve Brown, who will himself be trying to usurp McEwan when he takes on Neil Duff after the break. Neil Duff ready to throw for the last time today at the MODUS Super Series. Steve Brown, his opponent in this double trouble week where Robert Thornton has been the main protagonist, but a shock defeat at the hands of Mark Dudbridge in the Thorns' last outing has meant that the chasing pack can get a little closer, and Steve Brown can actually go level on points with Robert Thornton if he gets the win here. He beat Jim McEwan in a crucial contest in his previous match, and now Brown can put himself right in the race.
Yeah,
First
and he got the better of
Steve
Neil
to throw
Duff
first.
yesterday against the darts, 3-1. When they met in match number 2. But it was a
22.
a bit of a smelly one. 69-69 the average for Steve. A little better in defeat for Duff, 76-93, but there was a lot of darts missed at doubles, hence the averages where they were.
$135.
Well, there's been a couple of darts like that already from Neil Duff. The first dart towards the treble 20 in the previous leg went there.
100.
Maybe just some end of day heaviness.
Yeah, could be a bit of fatigue. It's been a busy schedule for Neil, of course. He was
40.
one of those involved at the World Seniors.
140.
Been impressed with Steve Brown.
137.
He's made the
Steve,
rank
you require
outsider in this
104.
group by the odds compilers. They've had to change the tune pretty quickly. And that's why
That's game shot in the first line.
Yeah, that
Steve
was
Brown.
outstanding. 15 darter and 104 out.
Second leg is Neil to throw first. Game on. No score.
double trouble for Neil Duff
No score.
on this week. Aptly named. We haven't had one of those legs yet, Mace.
No score.
Is this going to be it?
Well, if you're going to get one, you'd think it'd be one of the very early games or one of the games at the end of the day where, like you said, fatigue can start to play its part, but we're up and running here.
63.
Yeah, tension. It can just carry on, can't it, once you start struggling to hit. So that'll be a relief for Neil Duff. And no audience in, of course, during the week, but there will be
50.
on Saturday, and you can be part of that audience. All you need to do is scan that QR code on your screen right now. It will take you to
59.
the ticket page where you can book for any of our finals nights, but this one in particular would be a souvenir. It's going to be the only double start finals night, at least for this year, so you can say I was there. Dartshop.tv, that will take you to, and you can book your tickets. It is free. There is a small booking fee, but
100.
certainly worth just a couple of quid. What else can you do for that?
Yeah, it's a unique experience. It's not quite as intimate as the seats at the tavern, which is always a little
100.
bizarre, but
I did see one guy who literally had his feet on the stage. He's a little too relaxed.
but yeah, it's
99.
a great experience down here. You will enjoy your night, that's for sure. And whatever happens, we're going to have 6 great players on display Saturday night
55.
for your entertainment. Doors open around 6-ish. Plenty of good bars and places to eat.
100.
Hotel round the corner. Make a night of it.
Yeah, London Road, North End area of Portsmouth. All the details at dartshop.tv. If you can't
100.
make it here,
Steve,
then
you
make
require
sure you've
80.
got an appointment with your sofa that night. Steve Brown doing what we were talking about earlier, going for tops with 3 darts in hand on 80.
40.
One of the
Neil,
issues
you
with that is
require
often
96.
you end up getting it blocked.
Yeah. See another double attempt. This time he hits. Both of them.
Game shot in a second leg. Neil Duff.
That's nice from Neil.
Exhibition stuff from the
Third
boys.
leg at Steve to throw first. Game on.
Arguably, he needs to win this match to have any hope of getting into Group B. When you think about the fact that if
No
he loses
score.
it, Steve Brown will move on to 14. That seems almost unassailable.
Yeah, what would that be, an 8-point gap?
So Brown in second, yeah, then it would be 6 points
One
to
over them,
McEwan in
fine.
third. A lot of work to do, but if he can have both of them within 4, then there's a chance.
Especially if he beats both. Oh, great
One on the end,
response.
60.
Now, Steve Brown, and this is probably ridiculously early for me to say this, but he did actually miss the double to be the first player to hit a 9-darter in this
30.
venue. He did it in the afternoon. Conor Heenahan then produced the first 9-darter that night.
Good memory.
One on the end,
Who
40.
will be the first to do it in a double start format?
Well, we've got a player coming in. Quite capable, I think,
99.
in Daryl Pilgrim.
Yeah, good call. He will be in action in Group C Thursday afternoon with Lisa Ashton and
85.
Colin Osborne. Group B features James Wilson, Conan Whitehead and Connor Scott, who earlier this year tried to finish a 9-darter with 3 bullseyes.
60. Steve, you require
Maybe he
116.
can give Laura what she wants. Start one on the ball and finish one on the ball.
Yeah, that would be something. Especially if the middle 167, he used the bull in the middle.
38.
Brown on 78. Looking to edge ahead and not just in this match, but in that race to be Robert's rival.
Well, Paddy Power are the kind of sponsors that if you put it out there and said, right, we want to see
26.
the perfect
Steve,
9,
you
167,
require
167, 167, someone did it in the world, so there'd be a massive bonus prize for it. I'm sure they'd be up for that.
Probably for a shot like that, the bonus prize might be bigger than the winner's check for the tournament.
38.
Yeah, I do think it is a shame that very rarely did players get anything for a 9-dart finish. Now, particularly in the big events.
25. Steve, you require 40.
Yeah, I still think there should be one in the Worlds.
Yeah, that's game shot in the third leg. Steve Brown.
And certainly the Grand Prix.
Yeah, 100%. I tell you what would be quite a
Forward
nice
leg, it's Neil
initiative,
to
because
throw
we do see a
first.
lot of 9-darters on the floor. But what if the PDC were to get together with a sponsor and say, for every 9-darter that's hit, we put a certain amount of money in the pot, and then if there is a 9-darter hit at the World
36.
Championship, that player gets that pot.
Yeah, I like that idea. There's so many it though, Murph. It'd only have to be like 50 quid, wouldn't it, for each one?
Yeah. And there was a time, wasn't there, when
One on the end.
6
40.
figures, Chris, and the guy that got that was, one of them was stood in front of you.
Yeah. Yeah, 100,000 for Phil's 9.
43. $100.
Well, for all the talk of perfect legs, here's a perfect visit
180.
from Steve Brown.
Yeah, great timing.
One on the end, 40.
Most players may have come out there, but there's so much open bed for Neil to aim at.
One on the end, 23. Neil, you require 85.
For parity, double 5.
80.
Width of the wire.
Steve, you require 40.
And that's probably goodbye to Group B for Neil Duff. And
Game
maybe
shot
hello to
and a
finals
match.
night for Steve Brown, because he's now moved level on points with Robert Thornton at the top of the table. Another good day's work for Steve Brown, winning 3 of his 5 matches to keep himself firmly in the hunt for Group A supremacy. There are the stats: 85.39 for Steve Brown. More importantly, the 3 out of the 6 to make a 50% checkout success rate, including that fabulous 104. Right, coming up next, it's bottom versus top as Kevin Painter ends the day with a meeting against Robert Thornton. And so, one more game to go on the live lounge stage in Portsmouth. A very happy chappy in Robert Thornton against one who was, well, pretty agitated. Kevin Painter, well, don't know what the gesture is there from the artist, but I'm not sure he'll get what he asked for. And yeah, he needs something to get himself going, Mace.
I think if he was asking if we were going for a pint.
Yeah, the day is about to finish. He meant after, before anyone starts.
First leg, it's Kevin the throw first. Game on.
And if he'd lost all of his matches today, we'd have definitely said no to a pint with Kevin Painter after losing all 5 games. But he's now won
36.
a victory against Neil Duff in his last match. And Robert Thornton lost his last match as well, so
40.
who knows? We could get the ultimate upset here. $125.
Well, prior to this Group A getting underway at around 9 a.m. this morning,
100.
Kevin was 5-4 and Robert was 4-7. I'm sure there was a fair bit of interest in that 4-7,
55.
and especially after the way he's played today.
$57. $45.
He really enjoyed that victory he had, didn't he, against Mark Dudbridge and Kevin Painter. He let everyone know about it. It has been clipped up and will be a meme forevermore.
He'd love to get one over Robert Thornton. It was a tight game yesterday between the two, and Thornton edged it 3-2, and that's where it all started to go wrong for Kevin.
180. Kevin, you require 140.
He's just gone across the treble.
78. Robert, you require 24.
Well, the 182 was enough to cause Painter to fluff his lines, but now Robert Thornton needs to find double three and
18.
can't.
And rarely a last start doesn't go in against KP. So he gets another chance here. Treble 10, double 16, 56, 16 and tops.
Yeah, that's game shot in the first leg. Kevin Painter.
Kind of a reversal of his fortunes. They missed and he
Second
hit.
leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
I think we're going to go Wayne Mardle on me then.
56. $120.
Are we seeing him just grow in confidence? Like you say, it's like he reached a point of, right, okay,
81.
this is the way it's going. I'm just gonna let him go.
$82.
Yeah, and the second dart deviated, but no reaction from Kevin Painter when we were getting so much of that, even mid-visit in his previous matches.
34.
I have to say, we do have the two most expressive players on the stage right now. Maybe not even in the Super Series, maybe just in darts in general.
Yeah.
134.
Imagine these two playing a game of poker. It would take forever.
Yeah, I don't think bluffing is in their vocabulary, is
No.
it?
42.
No. It's not in their makeup.
Well, Painter might be making up a very exciting final
55.
day in this group, because if he wins this leg, he's one away from inflicting a second successive defeat on Robert Thornton after Dudbridge did it first, and it would mean that Thornton wouldn't even
46.
have
Kevin,
the solo
you require
lead.
110.
He could actually find himself second place.
Yeah. Jim McEwan and Mark Dudbridge are just, well, for Jim McEwan, he's one win away from top.
90.
Mark Dudbridge just the two.
Could be a grandstand finish. Make sure you join us 9:30 a.m. live on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
125.
And please, if you
Kevin,
are
you
watching,
require 20.
subscribe, whether that's live or on the replay, and you won't miss anything.
No score.
Unlike Kevin Painter there.
Robert, you require
Yeah,
117.
and while you're at it, give us a thumbs up. Helps with our analytics. Don't forget to hit that notification bell, and we'll let you know when we add content and when we go live.
93. Kevin, you require 20.
Another chance for the artist. Double 10. Can't get closer than that without going in.
No score.
Unbelievable.
Robert, you require
Just caught the dart,
24.
didn't it? You could see by the angle of entry that it had been nudged.
Yeah, that's game shot in the
And
second.
Robert Thornton nudges
Robert
level.
Thornton.
Almost embarrassed about it, Kevin
Third leg,
Painter.
it's Kevin to throw
Well-
first. Game on.
Whatever he's doing next door, I think he's ready to go there now.
$105.
Well, Robert Thornton was thrown a lifeline there. Normally when that happens, a player tends to respond.
59. $97. 85.
72 points, the lead, minus these.
40.
Needs a two treble visit just to give himself a bit of breathing space.
140.
Does exactly that. I think that's what he's not had enough of.
80.
Yes,
Kevin, you require
every visit he
112.
seems to be, well, in the finishing phase, he just seems to constantly be under it.
Treble 17.
38.
Again, that just gives himself the sort of vulnerability to pressure, doesn't it? A visit like that.
Absolutely.
60.
Although
Kevin, you
Thornton hasn't
require
really applied it.
74.
And Painter
that's
picks
game
it
to the
off.
third leg.
Yeah, it was a
Kevin.
great dart because the dart in the 20 was a blocker and he had to work around it. He should be walking off stage already here with a
Forward leg is Robert
with a
to throw
comfortable
first.
3-0 win.
Game on.
A good dart from Thornton there as well.
60. 120.
Well, he's going to have to work to stay in this match. The league leader.
Right on cue, Murph.
140.
Kevin's found something.
100.
Certainly, so far in this leg, he's straightened up, hasn't he?
Yeah, definitely.
95.
Two trebles to be first to a finish.
8 scores of a ton or more for Kevin in this match so far to Robert's 5.
134.
And he does get those two trebles. Well, we may not see a 9-darter today, but what about a
100.
147 break to win it?
147.
Snookered himself.
57. Robert, you require 106.
Oh, is Kevin going to be forced into yet another deciding leg? He wants the ball.
58.
May see Kevin on the
Kevin,
ball
you
here if he
require
finds two
90.
single 20s.
Big, big, deep intake of breath from Kevin Painter. And he looks likely to be the bull now. Yeah, didn't even entertain the treble. The bull.
51.
Oh, wait, a dart was
Robert, you
fine. It
require
was just the line.
48.
Thornton goes to Old Faithful. But fails to
28.
find it.
Yeah, long way
Kevin,
off
you
dart 1, wasn't it?
require 39.
So to make it a double after 8 straight defeats, Kevin Painter looking at 2 successive victories.
Game
And
shots
there it is.
and a
Wow.
match. Kevin
Bottom
Painter.
beats top to make things very, very interesting going into the final day of action here at Double Trouble in Group A. Painter leaves the stage, leaves the scene where he's just won back-to-back matches, having lost 8 on the trot. He does it by defeating Robert Thornton with a fantastic 3-1 victory. And myself and Chris Mason will sum up all the action in a couple of minutes' time.
Yeah, well, it's been a really interesting day here at Double Trouble. Chris, the way it's ended has made it very, very exciting for tomorrow.
Yeah, middle of the day, we were thinking that Robert Thornton was going to just start to run away with it, but back-to-back defeats to him, and then a win for Kevin has meant he probably approached the match with Robert Thornton with a bit more confidence and belief, and he's gone on to do the double for Thornton, who, well, he looked like he was going to go 5 from 5. In the end, it's just 3 from 5.
Yeah, we'll recap the results, some really significant ones in there as well, as mentioned there. And well, you look no further than the last couple of results that you've just mentioned there. Thornton losing to both Dudbridge and Painter. And Painter himself, he is a man who takes a lot of pride in everything he does. So to get those 2 wins will be really important to him, even though he's not going to win the group.
Yeah, but it just means you'll go into tomorrow with a bit more positivity and a bit more hope and belief for what's going to take place on Thursday and Friday. But it's fascinating tomorrow because it is all to play for. Certainly at the top of the table in winning in Group A, which you want to do at the earliest opportunity in a group of this difficulty.
Yeah, and we just get a sense here of how it feels when a player has been on an 8-match losing streak and then finally gets that win.
Yeah, it's just relief. There's a bit of sarcasm in there, I'm sure, but yeah, for Kevin, it's just relief. You don't want to be that guy at the foot of the table without a win.
The man he beat there, Neil Duff, as well. It's tough going for him now, even to get into Group B, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just the odd stray dart with him. He's sort of going through phases where he looks like he's not going to miss, and then it's just not working out for him at the moment. And he's in that position where now he's got to use tomorrow as it could become the ultimate spoiler tomorrow. So could Kevin Painter, of course. But just get yourself ready for that Thursday and Friday, and it looks like most likely he's going to land in Group C, which is super tough.
The spoiler today was Mark Dudbridge, wasn't it? He was the one who threatened Thornton, got that win against him before Painter did at the end there, and in doing so, put himself in the mix.
Yeah, he's put himself in a great position, certainly to get a spot in Group B, but he's got a big chance tomorrow of actually going on to win the group. Very much like Jim McEwan, he's thrown away a few opportunities today, Jim, but the way things have worked out with Thornton being on the end of those back-to-back defeats meant that he's still right in the mix to go on and possibly win Group A.
Yeah, we were talking earlier in comms about his throw as well. You just don't see him buckling if he does get the chance because the throw itself is so solid.
Yeah, absolutely. The only downside, but everyone faces that, is that it's such a short race, and being double start, you can literally go out there and do very little wrong and still get beat.
What about Thornton then? Because he was absolutely flying for the first 3 matches today, but then to suffer those 2 defeats, it's going to change how he's going to feel overnight, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it may have been a bit of fatigue with Robert. He's had a real busy schedule. The long drive down from Scotland to the Tavern, then the 4 or 5 days he spent there, and then the drive down to here. And I think he just looked a bit out on his feet in those last couple of games, but that takes nothing away from Mark or Kevin.
And the big beneficiary of those results, a certain Steve Brown. Great day yesterday. He's going to end top of the table again today.
Yeah, another good day today. He's another player that in spells and in flashes looks potentially like he could go on and not just win this group, but win the week, which would be a wonderful story for him.
Yeah, that 1-4-2 as well, an absolutely fantastic checkout, and a bit of style there from Steve at the end.
Yeah, he knows where the cameras are. He's been doing this long enough. But it's just good to see the players, although, with Kevin it's been a tough couple of days, but just seeing a smile on their faces and something to be a bit positive about.
Right, time to look at the table. This is how the land lies going into the final day in this group, and Brown has worked his way to the top by legs 1 and by 1 leg as well. It is tight, but not just between those two. Jim McEwan and Mark Dudbridge in the mix to win the group as well. Yeah,
Mark Dudbridge's only issue there maybe is that leg difference, but and it's being only the best of 5. They're hard to get a big swing, but yeah, it's one of those you could. I'm still going with Jim McEwan. I think he looks the most solid and the most likely player that could possibly. I think someone's going to have to win 4 out of 5, if not 5 out of 5, to win tomorrow. But I think it's going to be one of those days where it goes back and forth, and may come down to the final matches. We know how we like to schedule them here.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for today. Look forward to it tomorrow. And indeed, it is going to be a close run thing here at Double Trouble at the MODUS Super Series. Don't miss it. It's a grandstand finish set up with 4 runners in the race to top the group. who will survive Double Trouble and be the first through to finals night. Find out tomorrow 9:30 a.m. here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.